Try again. Come on. YouTube's always giving me a problem. Every time I try to use Restream, and then when it... Oh, wait, hold on. I think it might be working. No. Oh, crap. I think it's working. Come on. Oh, thank God. Okay, great. So it looks like YouTube is up. I hope it's working anyways. I'm trying to multi-stream to Twitch and to Twitter at the same time and just see if I could do that for the hell of it. Other bad news is some of the folks that usually watch me will not be able to watch me today, so that's a little sad. It might be a little quiet around here. Kind of makes me want to postpone this, but then that feels like giving up. But I will wait a few minutes and see if anybody shows up. If nobody shows up, I might just throw this into the wind. If you're here and there's any microphone problems, please let me know in the chat. That would be very, very helpful to me. I'm just going to check Twitch real quick and see if all systems are go here. Yo, Shadrach. Dude, I appreciate you coming in here, man. You're saving the stream by being here right now. Because if I got one person watching me, then it makes me feel confident, you know. I'm just double checking my my Twitch here. I'm trying the multi-stream again just to see if that works. I just coughed up the 19 or the $20 or whatever it was for Restream. So now I got Twitch. Yo, JP. Good to see you, man. Appreciate you. Klaus, you made it. Big shout out to everybody, but shout out to Klaus because I know it's like 3 a.m. over there in Germany. So I appreciate you coming in, Klaus, sorry. But yeah, it looks like we're live. My plan was to go over this Tenet Media. Let me see. Sorry, I just got to get this situated. I wanted to go over this here, which is Pearl was
the role
on
of women.
A stream with Tim Pool and some other people. And I was gonna watch that. It's like 2 hours. It's a little long, but you know, hopefully it's not like, you know, if it starts to become the same points over again, then we'll just cut it. And then I'm going to watch the new episode by It's Complicated, which is called Shameless. But I do want to go over this Tim Pool episode first. I just have one more thing to do. I got my Restream here, and I'm trying to pop out the chat, which I do not know if it's going to let me. Oh, I think you got to download a separate app. Whatever. Let me just put that somewhere up here. Just because I want real-time OBS feedback. You know what, the hell with it. I think I know what I'm going to do. We're going to put that right there. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties just all the time. Okay. All right, beautiful. We're in business now. We're in business. Yo, Robert. Shout out to Robert, man. I appreciate seeing you. Sounding like a go. Your audio's okay. Perfect. Yeah, if it needs to be louder, if when I start playing the video it's too quiet, feedback from you guys always helps me. I got my soundboard working again. We've added a toilet flush sound. Oh, crap. I forgot. I have a sound that's silence, so when I want a sound to stop playing, I hit the silence button, but I was fat fingering it again. 4 a.m. Okay, well, Klaus, I hope you've gotten some sleep, but you're definitely a dedicated subscriber here of the This Is Shaw channel. I think this has been long enough. I mean, shoot, even one person is enough to get me started on the show, but I was a little late today because my dad's back home from overseas. So I wanted to say hi to him before I started the stream. I got my tea ready, and I also got my my bread with a little bit of chocolate hazelnut spread just for fun, just to keep me from passing out on the stream. I did spend the extra money and try to get one without palm oil, so we'll see if that happens. Real time with Sean Marr, like Bill Maher. That's funny. But all right, yeah. So I figured we just get into this. I feel like there was something else I wanted to share with you guys, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was. Like almost like it was something important. I guess it's not a big deal. If I remember it, then great. Oh God, I wonder what my. Oh, shoot. Let me just plug in my mouse just in case. Anyways, yeah. So you can eat that. Man, I used to love eating like Nutella on bread when I was a kid. I was born in France, so I lived there for the first 4.5 years of life. And as a kid, we used to have Nutella. And they have it over here too, but Nutella's pretty bad for you. And honestly, this stuff's pretty bad for you too. But I got this company, and it's like $20 for a small jar. I wanted to try it, but it has like better ingredients, and you know, it's an excuse for me to be bad. I'm also a little overweight right now, so you can see why that's the case. But yeah, I mean, I love that. I love me some chocolate bread. All right. Oh yeah, I wanted to introduce what this is. So there's like 4 people on here. Well, 5 including Tim Pool. Tim Pool's the moderator, but it's Pearl. And then there's Lauren Chen, who's on the other side, and she's like a trad con. She's like a conservative, kind of a bigger conservative commentator. And then there's someone else named Isabel. I'm not sure who she is, to be honest. And then someone else named Rachel Wilson, who is the wife of Andrew Wilson. And I watch his show sometimes. It's called The Crucible. So that'll be interesting to see. And I think it's Rachel and Pearl debating against Lauren Chen and the other person. So it should be fun. Well, yeah, I'm a little overweight, man. I gotta be honest with you, man. I'm the heaviest I've ever been, and I've been jogging every single day to reverse that trend. But it's really all my fault. My birthday was not too long ago, and then I just had this bad habit of drinking tea. Literally, what I'm doing right now, drinking tea in the evening, and then having some kind of sweet with it. And then I was having white rice, and it brought me up like 20 pounds. So I got to do something about that. But anyways, I think we've done hyped up the situation here long enough. I do want to just change one thing around. Just want to get my soundboard closer to me. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's enough. So let's get started. So this is going to be, let me just look at the title. This is Tenet Media. And I just want to give you guys fair warning. As you were watching last time, when I was reacting to Jubilee, YouTube started giving me a warning. And if I keep watching it, they cut the stream, which really sucks. So if I start getting that again, it's going to suck. I'm not really going to be able to react to this live. But most people on here are pretty cool. If that happens, we'll just switch over to Shameless, which, you know, I want to give you guys both of these in their entirety, but sometimes they make it difficult. All right, enough lead up. Whoever was going to get here got here, or whatever. All right, so I haven't really watched Tim Pool in years, man. I remember Tim Pool when he got interviewed by Joe Rogan. That was years ago. And then I know Tim Pool had his own deal for a while, and I can't remember his history. I remember him a bit, but then I really kind of stopped watching him.
Children, and there we deserve our respect. Then you have White Knights.
It sounds like there's no intro, but they just started the episode right now, so there was no intro. It looks like
they're like, women can never do anything wrong.
Yeah. So what's going on? What's the contentious issue? Do we start with like the role of women? Lauren, your view. Pearl, your view. I know that there's a lot of conversation on X.
Sure. Well, I mean, just to get started, so I don't disagree with everything.
Okay, so that's Lauren Chen.
Pearl says, but I feel like Pearl is someone who, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts on this. I feel like you kind of enrage bait people with your posts, because you'll post something really like a super hot take on Twitter, and then like you'll make a video about it, and the video in turn is a lot more nuanced, a lot more, I guess, rational. So sometimes I feel like I'm struggling to see like what your actual views are versus maybe what gets the most traction on X. So
and just a little bit of background. Lauren Chen, I don't really watch her, but I do watch Andrew Wilson sometimes, and he did a debate with her, and he I guess you could say won the debate. And it seemed like the takeaway from that was that even though Lauren Chen is a conservative, she's also kind of a feminist, or at least has been sort of pushing feminist things, whether to her unconsciously or consciously, but it would appear unconsciously. So Andrew Wilson kind of went in on her a bit, but they weren't mean about it. You know, they were cool. So now she's coming off of that and going against Pearl. So I'm thinking some of that conversation is going to be about that, but it's also, you know, about TradCon versus Red Pill in a way.
Excited for this to have a conversation about it, but I guess the role of women in society is, you know, to be mothers, to be wives, to support their families. How exactly that looks is going to differ from people to people. That's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily associate with the trad movement. I feel like trad
Ooh, I don't know about that. It seemed like she kind of was with the trad movement before, but whatever, I could be wrong.
refers to specifically almost the glamorization and in some ways fetishization of
she's talking about trad wives, like the trad wife stuff we're seeing on TikTok. Okay, I hear her now.
maybe like rural 1850s middle America, at least on like what I see on TikTok. Whereas, you know, I'm just a mom who works part-time from home and is basically trying to do whatever I can to help support my family.
Well, I would say there's character limits on X. So, you're not going to get a full opinion with, like, I don't know, is it 60 characters? But I don't know.
That's an interesting point. I'm sorry to stop so often. I kind of got to stop often I'm just living in fear of this copyright thing. Guys, if you hear my cat meowing in the background, it's because she's at the door trying to get in. But if I let her in, she's going to be everywhere. So we're not doing that. But yeah, I mean, Twitter is basically that. I never used Twitter, and now I'm using it, and it's all just about engagement baiting. I'm not even saying they do it on purpose, but that just seems to be part of the design of Twitter.
I don't know what tweets are you talking about? And I have like 18,000, so I don't know. This is...
Well, we actually, like, I wanted to be specific here because I did pull some of the ones up. I sent them to you. I didn't want to, like, ambush you or surprise you or anything like that. Let's see.
And the role of women in society, sorry, I was thinking what the second question was. Well, I think it depends, like, what do we want it to be or what is it now?
Right.
And I think right now it's like, we're not really doing much. We're not really having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. So it's like, what do we want it to be or what is it? Because I wouldn't say women are doing what you described now.
Okay, well, one of the things that, like, I spoke recently actually with Rachel's husband, Andrew, and one of the tweets that I mentioned that I thought was kind of strange coming from you was that basically you said evil comes from women. You know, Andrew, in his interpretation, he made a very rational, very nuanced, actually, this is what she means. Is it not true that there is a lower moral bar for women, blah, blah, blah. And it, like, Andrew's smart guy. It made a lot of sense. That's not what the tweet was. And kind of funnily enough, you tweeted out later to clarify, Lauren, that yes, evil does come from women.
Yeah, well, because I would just look at every problem in society. It all comes from women.
To be fair, I just realized this the other day, but did you know that Hitler was made by a woman? That proves it.
Well, it's like you look at the homeless. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at school shooters. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at criminals, rapists. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at what happens when women get power. So when men get power, they build societies. They do awesome things. When women get power, we're just not very good with it.
I just brought up Hitler. I mean, I kind of feel like there's a lot of bad dudes, you know?
Well, yeah, but there's also...
Pearl has, like, this ability to say something that I guess is very, like, it would seem like it doesn't make sense, like all women are evil. Like, I don't know, she knows how to get the engagement. I don't even think she does that purposely. I think any content creator, like, once you do this long enough and you kind of see what gets feedback and what doesn't, it's almost like it trains you unconsciously to put out tweets like that or put out stuff like that because it gets engagement. Like, I don't know if content creators sit there and actually, maybe some of them do, but just like, oh, this is really going to rile people up. I think just as you keep doing it, you sort of snowball your way into saying stuff that just pisses people off. But she has a good way of saying things like that and then putting stuff out into the open, and then people get pissed off and then they start attacking it. But then it actually makes it into a debate, which I think is good. So sometimes you don't have to win a debate, but it's nice that it does become a topic of conversation. And however that happens, I think is a good thing, especially if it's something that needs to get talked about. Robert says, and women come from women. There's some sort of meta going on here. At first when she brought up the evil tweet, I didn't think Pearl was going to go with stats like that. So that actually makes sense. But my brain went to, I wonder if this is like a biblical debate. Like if you're like, okay, Adam and Eve convinced Adam to eat the fruit. But I've seen different interpretations of that too, where, Eve was tricked by the serpent. So she didn't exactly sin, but Adam knew he wasn't supposed to, and he made the decision to do the first sin. So maybe it was him, but no, yeah, the conversation went a completely different way.
Bad queens, right? If you look at queens the last 500 years, women are more likely to wage war. Women are way more violent with power, and we see that in society. Look at what women are doing in the court system today. What is more evil than breaking up a family? And women do that all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say most problems in society come from women.
So that's interesting because I watched your conversation with Michael Knowles, which I thought was really interesting. And in it, you were very adamant that people need to take responsibility for their own actions. So when it relates to women, it's not really an excuse to say, oh, well, feminism brainwashed me. You still made the decision to sleep around. You still made the decision to get an abortion.
I think if you get an abortion, you're responsible.
Okay.
Right?
Shouldn't we have that same standard when it comes to the rapists, the men? You made a decision, you're responsible. It's not really like, oh, but my single mother. Like
why she brought up the R word, like, God, I don't know what, okay, like, why did it need to go there? But all right, whatever.
And they are responsible. They go to jail for it. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, they are held accountable, unless she meant some gray area term of that in terms of pressuring women to get abortion or something. But I don't think that's what she meant. See, now she just kind of committed the same sort of thing there by, what she accused Pearl of doing in her tweet. She sort of just did the same thing by bringing one of those like trigger terms and, like, what about them?
Have to look at, there's significant differences between single mother and single father homes. And I can't help but notice that all of the men that seem to lack morals, they were raised by a woman.
Right. But is the answer then that evil comes from women? We are kind of leaving out the fact that, a man actually left the parent or his family. And
see, this is where the kind of cultural conditioning comes in, and for her, it's like, well, if the woman is there and all these bad things happen, it must have been the man who left her. Like it's almost like she won't have any space for, well, no, some of those decisions were the woman leaving the man, or something like that. When I was on Pearl's show, there was this older gentleman on there on one of the Pearl dailies I went on, and he brought up an interesting point about religious people. I think he was Catholic or something, but he was saying for certain people, especially where, divorce is something that should not happen, you almost have to create a story about why it was so bad that it needed to happen to justify doing that. It sucks because, like, on one sense, like, bad stuff happens, but then on the other hand, there's a lot of lying and stuff that happens too. So it's like, it's hard to know. There's a lot of embellishing, and this is kind of embellishing, but it's like, well, what about the guys that left them? And this is literally how child support started. It was like there were welfare queens, and then there was deadbeat dads. Like, so she's going based off of this cultural conditioning we've had since the 70s. And like, what about the deadbeat dads? What about the deadbeat dads? That's what that is.
That situation. There are some situations where a woman doesn't want the man there,
but most of the time men don't leave. Women are the ones that overwhelmingly leave.
Good,
and if you really dig it, if you actually do the work and interview men that are the known to be like deadbeat dads, most of the deadbeat dads don't really exist. They're exceptions. They're not the rule.
So,
and if you actually do the work and interview these guys, there's men that have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting for their kids. And unfortunately, we're in a society where women can claim abuse. They could say he emotionally abused me and not see his kid for years.
Real quick?
Yeah, she did I'm glad she at least brought the other side of that. That was a good job.
What's the stat? I know that there's stats on women initiating divorce more, but how do we say that, fatherlessness is predominantly driven by women? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, because women are choosing to leave, and the number one reason is irreconcilable differences.
But that's when you're talking about.
irreconcilable differences would be the language that is cited on a divorce or a dissolution judgment or a divorce judgment under the no fault heading, right? So Pearl is basically saying, well, if you look at most of these divorce orders, they're done under the no fault heading, and the specific legalese that gets put on the order is the reason the marriage broke down is because of irreconcilable differences. So that's what the court says when it does a no-fault divorce. So if I have it right, I don't want to misquote Pearl, but Tim Pool is like, how do we know it's mostly the women who are leaving or who's at fault? Pearl's basically saying, well, if you're leaving your marriage and there was no fault committed and you're saying it's a no-fault divorce, then you're choosing to leave the marriage because nobody did anything wrong. So it is the woman who's deciding to do that. We got a comment from Klaus. Klaus says the quote-unquote bad situation has to be created because of family court and custody. That's another thing, too. I mean, especially that's a really good point, and that's very interesting, because it's not just about justifying it to the greater religious community you're part of. It's also to get an advantage at the court, typically to get your hands on custody first, to get the other person outside of the house. That's where the temporary restraining order comes in, whether the allegations are true or not, and the whole rigmarole starts.
That's when you're talking about single mothers who are a result of divorce. If we're looking at single mothers who were never actually married, it's not. It's a very different group of people.
But the whole point is women have all the power here. We have a million choice. You get to choose whether or not you get pregnant. Abortion's legal, so we are 100% in control of who's born. So there is zero.
It's honestly not even just abortion. I mean, birth control is legal too, right? So there's a lot of different contraceptives you could do. I mean, morning after pill. There's a lot. I wonder what Lauren will say to that.
Excuse to make a kid with a guy that's not going to stick around. Zero excuse.
None. I mean, I would also say there's zero excuse for a guy to not stick around.
Well, but
there's a ton of excuses you can come up with. First of all, I mean, especially if the woman's like, I don't want you to stick around. I don't want you in my life. I want to be pregnant and give birth and then be with my ex-boyfriend or something from high school. And I found love. I found myself or something. The guy can't force being in this woman's life if she doesn't want him in the life. So it's like Lauren's argument about like, well, the guy, like if it was the guy that left and she's like, why did he go? That's one thing. But if the woman doesn't want him there's nothing he can do about it.
The issue you're getting is
because you're basically saying, but what about the women though? When we're talking about
the what about the woman though is a specific reference to her debate with Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson pounded her pretty hard on a lot of her points, and there's a specific meme sort of quote on, I think, his channel about what about the men though? What about the men though? Which is like a funny way of making fun of these same people who can never really hear the rationale in someone's argument about like maybe the women should be held accountable. Then they'll always say, what about the men though? So Lauren has found a way to try to get ahead of that before she's accused about doing the what about the men though by saying what about the women though, because that's really what dragged her in that last debate with Andrew. So she's trying to get ahead of that. Let's see what Pearl says.
But the difference is men cannot opt out of fatherhood. Women can opt out of motherhood.
And I think we would both agree that you should not be able to opt out of motherhood.
But
right?
we can. And it's
and
not
be like
my point, but should, whatever. Abortion's legal. It's here to stay, unfortunately. I don't say this because I'm happy about it, but I mean, in the UK, they're introducing a law where they want to make it legal up to birth. So abortion is legal.
That's so crazy. I was talking about the dowry thing. I put a post on Twitter. I read it to you guys last time, and it was my post on dowry. And one of the comments that responded to me mentioned like, well, and again, I'm not advocating we bring back dowry. The reason I brought up dowry in the first place was to say, hey, women being expected to pay 50-50 or contributing to the household finances would make sense given our history with dowry being used to set up a new household. You could not have a formal dowry system unless you changed inheritance laws. And made dowry legal first of all, and then changed inheritance laws. Those two things work together. But someone commented and said, well, dowry might not be good because of female infanticide, where poor countries, they might be incentivized to hurt their daughters, and that's true. I mean, that's never something that should happen. But what is the difference between a really poor family choosing to do something terrible like that, and somebody getting an abortion here in the West or the US or Germany or whatever, 7 months into a pregnancy. It's just one place has this sterile sort of white lab coat, nobody has to see anything ugly way of doing it, versus the poor people with no access to abortion care, that choose to put it in a shoebox and bury it. You know what I'm saying? But really, it's the same thing. It's like it's that same level of, I bought my meat from the butcher and it was all cut up nicely and put into a little bag, versus like, I had to slaughter this animal tonight. So if you look at how much abortions happen here on a yearly basis, it probably blows anything out of the water for female infanticide or male or infanticide anywhere. And then to go further with that line of reasoning, it's like, I've seen posts of women literally aborting their babies because they found out it was going to be a boy baby. They're like, oh, I'm not bringing another man in this world. And they literally get the abortion because of that. So I think, I don't know, my mind just went there. I had to say it.
And right now, men are not able to opt out of fatherhood. Only women are.
Only socially, not physically.
That's an interesting question, right? It's like, I never put it back. If women can abort a baby, right, it's my body, my choice. You get her pregnant. As soon as it leaves you and, conception has happened, she has the decision. You have no say. Even if you don't want to abort the baby and she does, there's nothing you can do about that. If she wants to, she can. If she wants to keep it and you don't want to keep it, she can do whatever she wants. But what a man can't do is say, well, then I don't want to be anything to do with this. If you want to keep the baby, that's fine. I'm not ready. I don't want to be part of this. You can't get me on child support. That's not a thing for the guy. That's an interesting debate in itself. He's saying only socially. What he really should be saying is only financially. No, excuse me. I misspoke. He said only physically, I believe, or that a man can physically not be in the child's life and there's nothing we can do about it. But, again, we then go after them financially, right? That's where the whole child support system kicks in. So, yeah, a guy can be out of their life physically, but even then there's still actual consequences that will happen. So socially, I don't know, but he should remember that. Robert says, if being gay was a choice, humanity would die off in a single generation. I think I hear what you're saying. Like, instead of having to deal with all this stuff, instead of having to deal with, men only deal with women because, like, we need them. But yeah, being gay is not a choice. That is that's a biologically driven thing, I'm sure. Like, yeah, we can't choose what we like in terms of our sexuality. I don't think we can.
Physically, women in the United States overwhelmingly have the right to abort.
Correct.
Or are allowed to abort. Mm-hmm. Men don't have any say whatsoever. But socially, I looked it up. It says, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 20.2% of fathers, about 7 million, are absent dads. They don't live with their minor children. So,
okay, I wonder what he's going to say about that. But the question is, of whose volition is this? Is this because the man I would feel uncomfortable about saying, well, 20% of fathers just up and leave their kids, but it's not usually. You can't say that. I mean, it might be, but it might also be that the woman does not want him there. Like, it could be the father was there and then the kid turned 2 and then the mom was like, something happened, and she's just like, I don't love you anymore. It's done. I don't care about this. It's over. Will says, no one ever hears about deadbeat moms. Shout out. Yeah, that's true. I mean, and the reason deadbeat dads is such a thing is because when child support was first being created in 75 and the politicians and the news and the media were talking about it, they had these two phrases. The one for women was welfare queens, okay? And this is back when a woman could be on welfare for pretty much indefinitely. All right, so they're trying to get me to put ads. We're not having ads here, not on this channel. But yeah, so welfare queens was the buzzword for the ladies. And then at the same time, you had deadbeat dads becoming a thing, because as they were trying to figure out what to do, because welfare was created for widows with, dads who had died in the war, And by the 70s, they found most of the people were just single moms where the dads were still alive. They're like, what do we do about these welfare queens? They're having kids. The kids are on welfare. Everybody's just on welfare. And then instead of like doing something that I guess you could say is socialist, where everybody gets taxed more to take care of these kids, which is kind of welfare, they were like, we got to go after the deadbeat dads. And then deadbeat dads became this buzzword, and it never really left us. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's the dad's fault. It's the dad's fault. And it took away accountability for women, at least in that regard.
Right, but why?
Right. So this
why?
doesn't literally
Thank you,
mean
Pearl.
that 20% of fathers are like getting up and saying, later, kid, I'm going to buy scratchers, and then disappearing. But my point was just that of this, you have men who are like, okay, you're having a kid, I'm leaving, you'll never see me again.
There are some kids, yeah. The question is how do you quantify this? How do you quantify this? MFG, dang, Robert, I'm sorry, I don't know the meaning of that.
Well, but you don't understand the circumstances, because a lot of times women make men dads that don't want to be. They're like, this is something casual.
I wonder if Yerba Mate is she's drinking a Yerba Mate and Lauren Chen has a Yerba Mate. This could possibly be a sponsor for the show. And the only reason I bring that up is I've recently discovered Yerba Mate. And the glass bottle Yerba Mate, they make like a mint tea, which is really, really freaking good. And I didn't discover it. The woman I'm hanging out, I'm seeing, she introduced me to it, and I'm like, that's actually really good and refreshing. It's very good.
This is, situationships are really common. They know that man will never commit to them, and yet they still make the choice to have his kid. I think in those situations, if we can legally opt out of motherhood, they should be able to legally opt out of fatherhood. We have all the power.
Not to mention, a mom can put up that child for adoption too. You know what I mean? Like there are a lot of pathways and safety nets here for women. Now there are nightmare cases. I mean, it's not like, I don't think all women are evil, like there are nightmare cases. You can have a woman who has a child of a guy that she believed really loved her, and that guy has a whole separate family she didn't know about, or he didn't say, he doesn't make any money, even though he said he was a CEO at a company. I've met people that've done things like that. And they can be left in this really, really dark place where they got screwed over. And there are terrible things out there. Now, this is part of why the family usually was involved when it came to marriage and procreation, because one family knew another family, and they did everything they could to make sure some guy didn't smooth talk his way into, leaving this woman destitute. But again, those were concerns, I think, of a prior time, and it can happen today. There are some snake charmers out there, but there are also a lot of ways that a woman can prevent this from happening. So, Robert Spence, maximum family grant. It was part of Perora. If a woman was on aid for 9 months prior to the birth of the child, that child was omitted from the grant. Yes. And I think for additional children too, like once they're past 2. Yeah, I know Perora, that was mid-90s, wide bipartisan support. That changed AFDC into TANF. So that put a 2-year limit on the parent. There were some exceptions, I think, like, refugee status or disabled or certain things, but they were not happy with the welfare queens. So part of that welfare reform in the 90s was putting a time limit on how much the adults in the house could actually be part of the welfare grant themselves. The children would still be on so long as they were a minor for the entirety, from 2 months all the way, however old, up until 18. But the mom would typically time out after 2 years. And then this is where, the strong and independent woman meme came from, because it's like, hey, we can't keep these welfare queens getting money their whole lives. The expectation was after the 2 years elapsed for the mom, she would then go out to work and get a job. And then that's where you get all this media propaganda of like, you can do anything that a man can. Outlaws in the building. Yo, shout out to Voiceover Warrior. Pleasure to have you here. I really, really do appreciate you. We're going to get back into this. All right.
For now, don't make a kid with someone that doesn't want to be a father.
I see.
Yeah. And Pearl's right there. She really is. There is just so many fail-safes we don't have when it comes to procreation that used to be there in traditional society. So when you have like trad cons like Lauren Chen on the other side just completely blaming men, it's just there's just so many things that went wrong in the line that led up to this single mom situation for a person before, you know. And most of these children are born out of, well, 44% of kids are born out of wedlock now, meaning the parents are either together, like as a, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend, possibly cohabitating, or they're not, or someone got pregnant on a one-night stand. And it's not all people who were married and then got divorced. And, you know, people are getting married less and less nowadays anyways. So there's a lot of people who choose to have kids outside of a marriage to begin with. So we're like way past this whole, oh my God, she was doing everything right, and then the guy just up and left, and now she's a trad wife with 3 kids at home, and we don't know where the guy went, and he left with his young secretary. It was good times. Good to see you, brother, looking well. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I've been trying to jog the past few days. I got overweight, but every time I start going jogging, I feel like it just makes me feel and look like bright and fresh. You know, it's really good. Okay, back in the game.
I think that applies equally to, and this is why I don't advocate for promiscuity. Don't sleep with someone that you are not prepared to have a child with.
But
yeah, but then, you know, on the other side of that, it's like once they do end up in that situation or whatever, the Romeo and Juliet story happened, Lauren Chen on the other side is going to be like, you know, don't get an abortion, don't use birth control, all these other things. So it's kind of like, this is a weird thing, you know.
Yeah, but again, should, but what's happening?
Is what you're...
Yeah, I like that Pearl is very not idealistic about it. She's very grounded, like, hey, here's the case. You can go out there as a tradcon and be like, hey, you shouldn't be promiscuous. You know what I mean? If you didn't do that. But it just means nothing after the fact. And it's not working. This is going to go into the shame thing, right? We're actually watching It's Complicated's episode called Shameless, which he just put out. So we'll see what's in there. But that topic of shame is important because the tradcon method here is like, let's shame all these promiscuous women. And then that'll work. That'll fix society. But the trend here has been that it's not working, right? Like these women are still having kids out of wedlock. The men are impregnating them. You can sit there and shame them all you want. You can encourage them not to be. It's going to happen. So that's kind of why child support and things exist in the first place. We have to have some things in place to mitigate this. Pearl is being very pragmatic in the sense of like, you know, she's not promoting promiscuity, but it's happening. And that means we have to account for this. And just saying you shouldn't be promiscuous is not going to fix this. He keeps claiming to be overweight. That makes me super obese. I'm sorry, man. No, Robert, you're not obese. You're not obese. Oh gosh, obesity is another topic. VO Warrior, she's just stating facts. Yeah, that's what she's doing. VO Warrior, Spencer is in the building. What's up, Rob? Man, good to see you two guys in here. I really do appreciate it, honestly. All right, let's get into this.
That's like, this isn't a dream world. You know, this isn't like Make-A-Wish, you know, society promiscuity is going to go, it's not.
But
so
yeah.
I'm talking about what's happening. Go ahead.
Are you saying that a woman who sleeps, like, let's say a woman, you know, we'll start light. She sleeps with a guy, gets pregnant, and then realizes this guy will leave her and doesn't want to be a dad.
Yeah.
You're saying she should get an abortion?
I'm not saying should or shouldn't. I'm saying women have the choice to, right now. Men do not have the choice to opt out of fatherhood. Should or shouldn't, it's almost like, okay, I mean, this isn't, and this is where I get frustrated with conservatives. It doesn't matter what I say. Women are going to abort their kids. It's not going to become illegal. So
I do like that very pragmatic approach she's taking. And that's the thing the tradcons, I think, I've been mainly trying to pin her down on, is like, you're telling people to do this, or you're saying they should be doing that. But again, she's mostly just stating the situation, you know, and I think, you know, she's being pragmatic about it. Is abortion going away legally? I don't know, you know, like, I don't think so. Unless you have like a religious revival in this country. And that's the thing, right? Because on the one side, you got progressives. On the other side, there's conservatives. And the super hardcore tradcon conservatives are like Christian nationalists, and they would want a government that is under, you know, the influences of Christian ethical morality system, which is fine. That's what they want, and they're free to advocate for that. On the other side, it's progressive liberalism, and they want essentially a secular government. And the thing I feel about like the Christian nationalists or the hardcore tradcons is that it's not impossible. It's just that in order for it to happen, you would need like a religious revival, like where like 90% of people are now identifying with the same religion. And then if the overwhelming majority of the populace feels that way, then like, yeah, influencing state laws and even changing the Constitution up to a point could happen. But, you know, if you don't have the religious revival first, then you are forced to kind of look at this pragmatically and say, you know, is abortion going away anytime soon? No. I mean, we had Roe v. Wade overturned. That put it back into a states' rights issue. Now, some states might say abortion's gone, but then you're going to have this problem of state shopping. You got California going to be like a sanctuary place for that. Everybody will just come here to do it and all that. So, no, it's not going away. It's still on the table for them. Birth control is still on the table, like all these kinds of things. Eating nachos, drinking beer, watching Shaw. Man, that sounds like a good time. I almost envy that, Robert. I almost feel like, dang, I wish I could sit there and eat some nachos and watch Shaw. VO Warrior says, good deal. Taking a break from the FAA pass-through list. Not sure what that is, but that sounds like it's a giant Excel sheet or something. Robert says, this is the is versus ought problem. Hume. Ah, yeah, so that sounds like a philosophical quandary there. Yeah, like what is versus what ought to be. Like, so a kind of, here, this is what's happening on a ground level versus idealistically, what should this be? And yeah, you get people, Pearl is pointing out, hey, this is what the situation is. This is why men are choosing not to embrace marriage like they have in the past versus tradcons who are like, well, men ought to be because you ought to be, you know, promiscuity ought not to be so bad out there, and it's not really helping. Klaus says, I can't see religion going back to what it was. If they are being infiltrated by feminists too, in fact, it's going on with this born again thing. Oh, yeah. Man, you know, that reminds me. There was a commenter who asked me to react to the Nala born again thing, and I never did, so I feel bad about that, and I really need to make sure to do that. Yeah, I'm not the kind to doubt anybody's religious reawakening. I do believe in waiting and giving everyone a chance, but I also don't believe in if someone proclaims they have, you know, seen the light, so to speak, that we should all treat them as if they've never done anything wrong, right? Like, think about it like this, right? Like put yourself in medieval times or something. Let's use medieval Europe, maybe even more recent. And let's say somebody did something bad and they get sentenced to be executed. Dun dun. The guy with the black cloak thingy comes out and he's got his giant axe. And there, I think, used to be a priest there, one of the clergymen, and he'd be like, listen, it's not too late. You need to repent. Repent for what you did. Do you repent? Now, if the guy repents, the execution is still going to take place as planned. You know what I'm saying? The axe is still coming down. The benefit of the repenting for the individual there was to make themselves right in the eyes of God and their ethical or religious belief system. It's for their soul. It's not for oh my God, he repented, therefore he's not a serial deleter anymore who ambushed someone who was walking through some woods from one town to the other and stole all their stuff and ended their lives. I'm just trying to imagine like a Robin Hood kind of scenario here. So yeah, the consequences are still should be there, but sometimes when it comes to like this Nala situation, people are like, well, we need to take them at face value and then treat them as if they've been good their whole lives. All right, moving on. Okay. Can you believe the state was so stupid to go with the FAPT acronym? That sounds hella funny. I don't know if you know what FAPT means, Robert. Have you seen the single mom video? I have not seen that. I've not seen that. Anyways, I'll get back to the chat just to...
If we're in a society where we can legally not be mothers, if we don't want, why can't men legally not be fathers?
I get that.
Yeah.
But the question I'm thinking of is, you're putting a lot on women as those who are responsible for single parent, like single mothers. And what I'm trying to understand is you're saying because women can choose not to be a mother.
Yeah.
You said something to this effect. And the guy can't. That means the woman has decided to have a child knowing the man will not be there.
At times, yes. At times.
So I guess my concern then is like, let's say there's a woman who deeply loves a man.
Okay.
And she says, let's get married. And he says, yes. And then they do.
I'm going to be there for you, baby. I love you. It's going to be you and I against the world. I will be there. Let's make sweet love tonight. And oh, she got pregnant. And then all of a sudden the guy's just like, oh, sorry. I got to go back to Texas because I got a whole other family over here. And they thought I was on a business trip.
And then she says, oh, hey, on our honeymoon, I got pregnant. And he goes, no way. I'm not doing this. I never wanted to have kids. I'm filing for a divorce immediately. What is the option? Does she get an abortion or does she become a single mother?
And the funny thing about that, right, is you got to imagine, like from the TradCon perspective, that story is assuming that she kind of fell for this guy's lies without going the traditional route of getting married, the families being involved, the cutting of the cake, your parents, the other side's parents coming together, meeting before the biology started. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like there were already so many bad decisions made up to this point. I don't want to say bad in the moral sense, but they're already, if you're going to use the TradCon ethical framework here, it's like so many the coitus happened prior to the marriage, which is sinful, adult or whatever, all these things, and it's like now you're at the point where okay, this boyfriend or whoever Romeo was dipped out, and well, what's she supposed to do now? But it's like so many things already went wrong. If you fapped, you would have arrears. Sorry, formally assisted arrears. The arrears that was owed to the state now gets passed through to the custodial party. They cannot refuse the money. Good times. Yo, that's really interesting. And you know why that's interesting? Because formally assisted arrears means that money was owed back to the government, right? It was expended as welfare dollars, okay? And now if the money goes home to mom, she's like double dipping. She's getting the welfare money and she's getting the child support money collected from dad. And what's funny about this is I personally think this should be a bigger story, like on the news. Because when child support started as a program, it was about getting the welfare monies back. And the fact that Newsom is allowing this to happen is he's getting the welfare tax dollars on the one hand, passing it through to mom. And then on the other hand, when they do collect the child support from dad, they're giving that to mom also, which should be an issue because that goes against the entire design of the federal child support program to begin with, which is about recouping tax dollars. Now you move closer to socialism in that sense. I hope I'm using socialism correctly, but that's essentially what that is, right? So that's interesting that that's happened. I do wonder the specifics of that. I wish I should look into that and see if I can find specifics, but that is a kind of sneak through. See what I mean? And it's I don't want to say like it's nefarious intent, but it's like a very sneaky way of doing something that the public did not want. But you're doing this in such a back-end way that nobody really knows it's happening. Unless you're so deep down in the system, you can even understand it to begin with.
She can pick what she wants.
Right, but
my point is
that doesn't put the responsibility on her. It puts it on the...
That pass-through thing is so interesting. I am like... I almost feel like I want to make a picket sign and go down to the Capitol steps right now and just be out there and be like, why is this not going back to the, the government... treasury? Why is this going forward? Can you answer this? Like, I almost want to do that. That's interesting that they're doing that.
The man.
No, I still think it's on her because we have 100% control. You can track your cycle.
So
you have plan B. You have. So again, if
she married a guy she loved. She thought they were gonna have a family.
Okay,
and then
now he says married. I just want to say he clarified the married point. Prior to that, I don't know if he said married. I could be mistaken, but I don't think he did.
Betrays her.
Okay, I've never met a chick this happened to that had a real story with facts and evidence. I've never met one.
Yeah. So what happened? So they're married. See, the thing is his story is still not logically consistent. Like they're trying their best to make it seem like the guy did this, but you're telling me this guy went through the whole rigmarole of getting married to this woman what in the back of his mind, it was all about like, I'm gonna get married, we're gonna cut the cake, the family's gonna be there. And listen, I get it, there are some real narcissists out there, but the chance of that happening is so low. It's like, you get there, finally we got married, time to consummate the marriage, this is what I wanted the whole time, and then, oh my god, she gets pregnant. Oh, I didn't actually want kids, you know, I lied. But it's like his story is so like, it's like it could happen, but come on, are guys sitting here and going through this whole rigmarole of getting married just to lie to this woman, just to get it in? I mean, at that point, if that was really the societal issue, like just legalize prostitution so that we could just avoid this, hopefully, and be like, guys, just go do that. Klaus says he's moving the goalposts. Yo, Mark, shout out to Mark. Big ups to Mark. Big ups. Story seems a bit weird. Yeah, it's just like, I get it's a hypothetical, and no shade against him. I know he's playing devil's advocate because he's got to play devil's advocate. That's part of the show. So I'm not even saying he believes that, but it's just this is a what about the men though kind of deal.
It's not overwhelmingly happening. That's why.
Okay.
And
thank you, Pearl. Thank you. And then not to mention, if you go into the specifics of the marriage contract, it's like, she's not saying women who are in marriages need to do that, but most of these people out here crying are like single moms that like, you know, weren't, but whatever. Okay, even I can't, so let's just go.
Two, you generally, if a man marries a chick, he wants to have a kid with her, generally speaking.
Generally, I do.
You're telling me he went there and like shook the father-in-law's hand and it's just like, oh my God, sir, it's so great to be your son-in-law and I can't wait for us to go fishing together, and did all this stuff. And presented himself as a respectable dude. Like, yes, I have a degree in computer science. I'm a software engineer. I make this much. I work at Intel. All of the grandiose plan of just being able to get it in with this woman and then dip out on her. Like, I'm about that. You know what I mean?
I do agree. I think.
But again,
thank you, Tim Pool. The 1/10% of cases is what we should discuss. Yeah, the 1/10%. Exactly. That's like the exception. Yeah, it's like, well, what about the exception though?
Shouldn't, you know,
and I'm guilty of doing the exception thing too. You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't have hard numbers for this. I don't know how many guys that are getting married, their wife cheats on them and it's not their kid. My problem with that is the fact that if that does happen to a guy, they don't have any recourse. At least the woman in the marriage, if that happens to her, she does have the recourse of the abortion. There's recourse there. With the man, it's like once that time limit goes up, marital presumptions got you, and that's it. It's like, sorry, but your software engineer money is going to take care of this kid. We don't care if she left you and you have zero custody and she's living with her ex-boyfriend from high school who's the actual father. We don't care if we're making you pay child support into that household. Sorry, the laws are the laws. See, like, there's no recourse for that guy. Even though that's an exception, probably, that gets like, you know, that still annoys me that that's possible.
I think that if women have the right not to be mothers, men should have the right not to be fathers. So if he wants, he should be able to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be a part of this kid's life. I want to opt out of child support for 18 years. You want to have the kid? Good luck. I know
that. Yeah, I mean, you know, I can't even go against that because part of me is like, well, you know, yeah, you did do that. And sorry, the guy's got to be on it. I get that aspect of it, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, there are so many fail safes here that at a certain point, you have to put some accountability on the women. It's like, you're asking to do this. I mean, there is an entire, I'm sorry, I have to show you this because this just boggles my mind right here. And I follow this post, this subreddit, and I can't not follow this subreddit because it's just so strange. The single mothers by choice subreddit. Like, there's an entire community of women that are just like about trying to become single mothers on their own. And it's like, then there are posts, you'll see posts on here where it's like, I had the baby, but now I'm so depressed and angry. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't know. Anyways, that's legal.
I think that's correct, like morally, but right now we can do something. We can get abortions. We can opt out of motherhood. They should be able to opt out of fatherhood.
I mean, they can opt out of fatherhood.
No, they cannot. I mean, physically, as Tim Pool says, yes, they can run away. They can go for the pack of cigarettes. But, man, the sophisticated eye of Sauron that is the child support system will find you. You have to be living on a freaking houseboat, living off, I don't know, wildlife somehow and collecting rainwater to be able to avoid this. But other than that, no, there's nothing. If you're, the child support system will find you.
By not getting people pregnant.
Okay, well, no. See, that's... I thought she was going to say something a little bit more sophisticated for that. But you can't opt out of fatherhood. No, that's not the same thing as opting out. That's just not having even gone there in the first place. See, this is the whole don't be promiscuous thing. Don't be promiscuous thing. And this is where the TradCon sort of belief structure, the way it interfaces with the feminist, progressive, liberal belief structure actually enables the feminist belief structure. Because what this does is the TradCons are like, our ethics are this, we don't want to believe in this, and it keeps society like here, and the feminists are way in the hell over here, the liberals are way in the hell over here, and they're able to take advantage of that. It's like the TradCons keep telling guys, hey, do this, step up, step up, step up, yet there are systems in place that enable a feminist or a progressive liberal, or an undercover feminist, or a conservative woman who decides to become a feminist to then take advantage of that guy, all the way up to a point where we now have this entire movement of men who have been comparing notes underground and are like, screw it, we're done with the system. Yet the TradCons, even though they have these beliefs and they should continue to espouse them, they don't want to try to work to at least make it a little bit better for men who end up on that side of the fence, because they're like, well, you shouldn't have been on that side of the fence in the first place. Which isn't it's not a solution. That's just laziness to me. I sent you the single mom song, Single Moms Are Fierce. Oh, I think I know what song you're talking about. I think it went viral not too long ago. It's the You Let 'Em Hit It Raw. Now you're a single mom. I saw the guy interviewed who made that song. I wish I could remember his name to give him credit. That's basically it. That's how we get, exactly.
But so that is very, very possible. Without a bad...
and it's like there's got to be a part where Lauren Chen understands that what she's saying right now is not helping bring guys back into the TradCon fold. Like, if you're a red pillar and you hear that, it just sounds like they don't care. It sounds like they don't want to do anything. It sounds like they don't want to meet the problem head on. It sounds like wishful thinking. And they have to tailor the message a bit to be something that's going to incentivize guys to want to see it their way.
The child, and that's the thing. Like, the child is...
Yo, Vapor, good to see you, bro. Dude, I was just thinking about you, man. I hope you're doing well. I know you're in college now and doing all those big college things, and like you're big into the computer science. And dude, I don't even remember what it was, AI or some kind of quantum stuff. I may have made up that last part, but I know you're doing computer stuff. I hope you're doing well, man. It's good to see you in here.
Not have the ability to opt out of needing basic care, comforts, and things like that.
And that's true. But my point is, having unprotected sex, that's an equally irresponsible decision. We can agree, right? Right. So, but my point is, after that happens...
Man, there's like 2 other people in this room that I don't even think said anything yet up until now. So I am kind of, whatever. I mean, it's a good conversation so far.
The woman has...
Yo, welcome back home, Vapor. Yo, on a side note, I'm sorry. I talked with Theron Frostbeard. I don't know if you remember him back in my Twitch streaming days, but we were planning on doing a Super Mario Maker stream tomorrow. I do got to confirm a time with them. So tomorrow I will be doing a fun stream. Just fair warning, everybody. Fair warning.
The Plan B option. She's the only one that can guarantee she took the Plan B, right? Then she had the option before also to be on birth control or not be on birth control. Many women lie about that.
Yes. And also the option to not have sex, the option to get the morning after pill, the option to be on a birth control implant, the option for the abortion, the option for adoption, the option for child support after that, the option for welfare. There are so many options on that side of the fence, but nothing for the guy.
She has the option to get an abortion. Now we're going close up to birth.
Yep, and then adoption after birth, and then child support and welfare after.
You know, as long as we have those extra options, I think men should have the option to not be fathers. Do you think that's unreasonable?
Yeah, I do, and I've listened to you talk about child support and child custody, and I agree with you that if a man is being kept from his child, it is simultaneously unfair to say you have to pay for him, but you're not allowed to visit him. I don't think that's right. Okay. I think you're getting the worst of both worlds there, and I do agree that custody should be 50-50.
That's when you let me over if I was free. Yo, Vapor, one of these days, bro, we'll go to the archery range or something, man. So I know you're in Stockton. It's like 40 minutes away. Maybe one of these days. You never know, man. We'll chill out, do something.
Off the bat, like that should be the presumption. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't lose rights to your child just because you and the mother are divorced. But I don't think you can essentially opt out of a life that you created. And when it comes to abortion, I don't think, similar with women.
You know what's funny about that too is like the one way a guy can opt out of that is like you can be a sperm donor. Typically that's done anonymously though. So it's like you would be a sperm donor and then someone can go to a sperm donor clinic and like a woman can get an IVF treatment going from that. So that there's no, you know, coitus going on there and it's all kind of medically involved. But I think the most they find out about the guy is probably like your medical history for the sake of the child. But in that case, there are no parental rights for the sperm donor. And this does not mean you met someone on Facebook and she wanted to have a baby, so you decided to have fun and impregnate her. That's not what a sperm donor means. You are on the hook if that happens. Just to be clear, a sperm donor involves like, you know, licensed medical professionals and possibly attorneys. And most states you can find that like family law code in there. But like on the one sense, it's like Lauren's going to be like, well, if the guy helped create it, he should be on the hook. But then it's like, then society has like sperm donors as a thing, like to make literally single moms with no dads.
That you should be able to opt out of the life that you created. So
right,
what we
but
have
it doesn't
now,
matter what you think, it matters what's happening.
Right.
That's
so
the point.
right now what's happening is immorality when it comes to abortion, but I don't think the way to fix that is to also extend immorality to child support. Like this is a life you've created, you've both created, you both have responsibility to it.
Whose morals?
What do you mean?
Because
okay, now whose morals is interesting. I don't know where Pearl's going with this. Where I tend to go with this is like you have a secular aspect of society. And then you have like, let's say, you know, the Christian ethical system, you know, on the other hand, you got atheists and then you got different religions and you have a lot of different competing moral frameworks going on. And we live in a society where religion is typically put into the private sphere of life. You know, you can have your religious beliefs, you know, so long as it doesn't infringe on anybody else's freedom and ability to pursue happiness, which is something I tend to support. And you know, there are people who would rather live under a theocratic society. And here in the U.S., I mean, like you would maybe say like there are some, you know, Christians and even others, you know what I mean, who would want to say, hey, we want our religion to be on top. I would not be for that. I would be for saying, no, you have the freedom to practice that in private. But government is ultimately secular. And anyways, but I am kind of curious to see where Pearl goes with that, because it's like whose moral framework, and in a society where you have competing moral frameworks, you do have to have a kind of government apparatus that's able to deal with things when you have two different moral frameworks going together or something. There has to be some overarching law of the land. Klaus says she's wrong. The woman can't opt out by giving the kid up for adoption. This is not logic, what she's saying. Yeah, exactly. Adoption's the other thing.
This turns into a morality police, and that's like always with these conversations
about abortion.
Correct.
And it's not just that; it's a morality imposition of like, well, you should, you know, abide by my specific moral system, and it's something I think about too, because on the one hand, I understand their moral system, and I don't even think it's bad. And again, if there is a religious revival and 90% of people adhere to that moral system, then so be it. That is what the people want. But on the other hand, conservatives do this thing that's interesting to me, because you know, you grew up in America, in the United States, and it's about freedom. Like freedom is our highest value. And conservatives are like, we love freedom, you know what I mean? But then when somebody decides to exercise their freedom and not live traditionally, conservatives are not happy about that. And you know, I get it. It doesn't, the way they're deciding to live doesn't jibe with your specific ethical framework or your religious belief system. But simultaneously, you are proud to live in an America that allows you to express yourself in a way that might be outside of a traditional role, so long as you're not causing harm to others. So I think people should have the right to do that, because is that not what it means to be American?
Well, no. I'm talking about sex outside of marriage, that sort of thing. But let's not play pretend. 3% of people are waiting till they're married. That's not really common. I mean,
I never looked that up. I mean, I believe it just based off the world I live in. But yeah, that's interesting. So I think she's saying 3% of virgins are virgins when they get married.
was anyone here virgin on their wedding night? Anyone? No? Okay.
Wow. Okay, so even they weren't like, and you know, she's a tradcon person, but whatever, you know, it's all about forgiveness over here, you know.
Why do we play pretend? All right. So it's like,
Okay, she hasn't said anything. I knew there was another person there. Yeah, she hasn't said anything this whole time, which is kind of interesting. I don't know who like she is or what her role is on that. Vapor says, "We love freedom. Someone does something you don't like, stop doing that. It doesn't flow in the community." Yeah, the freedom argument, I think, can only be trumped if it's infringing or causing some sort of harm. Like you can make a case and say, all right, sex before marriage or having children out of wedlock are causing harm to society overall. I think if you can really prove that it's infringing on your, not even just society, because that might not be considered harm. Society might just be changing. But if you can prove that someone else's promiscuity is getting in the way of your ability to exercise your own freedom, to have your own religious belief and have your own religious family, and you guys all agree and you guys go to your religious institution of choice, church, synagogue, mosque, Hindu temple, whatever, then you can say, oh, promiscuity is bad because it's infringing on my personal liberties. But if it's not infringing on your personal liberties, then you have a quandary there, you know?
Well, I think
She's cute. Well, you know, damn it, I missed it. I was going to go back.
Okay. So why do we play pretend? All right. So it's,
yeah, you know, I mean, I feel like a lot of the conservative, it kind of reminds me of like, you know, like when you grew up, like if you remember like Fox News, I always remembered like, especially when Fox News was big, I guess it still is, but you know, growing up in cable, it's like every single woman they had on there for like a Fox News commentator was just like some really like attractive woman.
like,
well, I think this gets to the heart of it. We can sit here all day and talk.
All right, Rachel, this is Rachel Wilson. So this is the wife of Andrew Wilson, who debated Lauren Chen like a couple weeks ago. So they're probably of the same mind. So we might even get a little bit of a repeat of some of the arguments we saw with Andrew and Lauren.
Talk about what we think ought be or not ought be, but
that's what Robert mentioned. Yeah, the ought versus the
problem is that you're not going to fix any of this without patriarchy. When we threw patriarchy out the window, we sexually liberated women. What we did was throw off a balance of power that was already there. Women historically have been, you know, the gatekeepers of sex. Every one of us sitting at this table has twice as many female ancestors as we do male ancestors.
I really got to look at that study, and I'm not saying she's wrong. I really don't even know. I did hear, though, that someone said that study may not be exactly true in the sense of how they're looking at women versus men, because women have an XX chromosome, men have an XY chromosome. So to make a boy, father gives over a Y chromosome, and that mixes with the mother's X, who can only give an X, and you have a son. If the father gives an X and it mixes with the mom's X, you now have a daughter. And it might be the case that the study does not account for the XX daughters made from the man's side. I don't know what the science of that. I really should find that study and read it word for word and see if there's any criticisms. I do wonder if that's true, but let's just assume it's true. This woman is probably the smartest in the room. Okay, so then she's probably the one who's done all the research here. Well, I do, like, I watch Andrew sometimes. I don't watch him all the time, but he's a great debater, so I wouldn't be surprised if her debate skills are, maybe she's got some training. Klaus says, it's funny it's kind of funny that the trads are making the point of not having sex out of marriage is the way to go. But if guys are going MGTOW, that's wrong too. Yeah, it's a good point. I wish I had a sound effect. Coach has one that says you can't win. But yeah, that's funny too, right? Because if you decide not to be promiscuous and just, I guess, go celibate in a way and just focus on like, your hobbies, like flying drones or doing archery or collecting things or reading a bunch of works or writing, all these amazing things you could be doing out here, landscape photography. It's like, well, you don't want to help society. You're bad too. Like they're going to come after you. Now they're still not happy with you.
So genetically, women have this great advantage. Then we have our youth, our fertile years, where we have tremendous sway, tremendous influence and power. And I think that's temporary on purpose. What happens when you give women equal political power and equal social power to men, and you remove the father as the head of the household, which all patriarchy means is rule by the father. When you throw that out, this is the mess you end up with that's impossible to fix, because what are we going to do about all of this out of wedlock births? And
my point is, we have all this freedom, so take the responsibility that comes with it. So if right now we have the freedom to get an abortion, doesn't matter what we want, doesn't matter what should be. I don't agree with abortion either, but right now it's legal. So if that's what we're doing, then take the responsibility of raising the kid. That's what I
see. That's how, and I agree with Pearl here, right? Because there is this is versus ought issue. And the fact is, you can advocate for patriarchy, you could advocate for traditional values, but the fact is it's not there yet. It doesn't seem to be on the horizon. It doesn't seem to be here anytime soon. The fact is that you have laws that are fundamentally non-traditional. You have, abortion being legal. You got no fault divorce. I mean, if someone cheats or steps outside of a marriage, you can, aside from a divorce happening, if it happens, it's like no one's going to jail for being an adulterer. Equal opportunity employment. If men are supposed to be the providers, yet they're competing in a job market that you could even say favors women sometimes over guys. Like, how's that supposed to work? And then you have inheritance laws, which fundamentally that's not 50-50, but it's equal share inheritance, right? So if you have a sister and a son, they would split it 50-50. So all of that stuff works together to make patriarchy not a thing right now. And if that's the legal system you're living in, it's hard to advocate for people living in a traditional manner when the actual legal system we live in will not allow us to. And if the political will is not there to change it, then yeah, guys have to figure out, how do we navigate ourselves in this current system? I might get up soon to get a bottle of water.
That's what I say.
So do you all agree with the idea of patriarchy?
Yes.
But I mean, how would you?
Hey, she said something. She said something. Yes.
How would you? Do you?
Oh,
Pearl?
I'll put a caveat. Biblical patriarchy.
Yeah.
Okay, biblical patriarchy. I'm just going to get a sip of water. I'm just going to get my water bottle. I'll be right back. Biblical patriarchy. So we're going to hear what exactly biblical patriarchy is. All right, we're back. I just need that water there because I have a feeling we're going to need a swig of that. All right, guys, let's get back into biblical patriarchy. Lauren Chen made a point of clarification, because there could be different types of patriarchy. That would be an interesting thing, exploring the different types of patriarchy and what the main differences are. But okay, biblical patriarchy.
I was gonna ask, like, what is? But how are you? What's your view on the idea of patriarchy?
I don't think it'll ever happen in my lifetime.
Yes, that's the pragmatic approach, and this is where I tend to say I'm a pessimist when it comes to this kind of thing, because I don't believe it is either. Unless you get a religious revival, something happens and people are just like, oh my God, yes, and they're all decide to be the same religion too. Something happens that leads to that. It's highly unlikely you're going to get that. I mean, you got to remember, on the other side of the aisle, we got the progressive liberals, we the Democrats. They're for all these things. And tradcons lambasting them and shaming them is not going to work. It's like if you take a promiscuous woman who's a liberal feminist and you shame her for having, relations outside of marriage, dude, that doesn't work. They're just going to be like, wow, they're so triggered by this. Let's do more of it. Let's see if we can get 300 body count in a year. Like, that's how you get those TikTok videos of women saying, I slept with this many people in 1 year. Let's see if I can top that next year, because they know, oh, look, it's like when they try to shame them for it, you're giving them the playbook of what pisses you off, and then it just doesn't work.
I think it's a good idea, but I wouldn't predict that would happen in my lifetime.
Sure. How would each of you, would you define patriarchy similarly? I think, Lauren, you
okay, this is
right, because I guess just blanketly patriarchy, I think that the father's role at the head of the household, it comes from God, and it's valid insofar as he is acting on behalf of God, trying to lead his family in
so this is where the caveats come in, right? Because now what she's doing is she's putting a little bit of room here for now we know, biblically speaking, and again, I speak as an outsider, and I don't know where this is. This could be in Ephesians 5, but the woman is commanded to submit to her husband from the Christian ethical framework, and the husband is commanded to love his wife like Jesus loved the church, I believe, are those verses. And what she's doing is she's saying, well, but it has to be biblical. And what this is doing is it's giving her inroads to be able to disagree with the husband and say, well, this isn't biblical, and I'm the determinant of what's biblical and not. But it's like, you're not. You're supposed to submit to him, no questions asked. And the greater society around you, assuming you guys are participating in a religious society that's of your stripe and flavor, would be the one to call out any misdirection in that way.
A godly way, because obviously people are going to say, like, what about this abusive husband, blah blah blah.
So what if it's not in a godly way determined by the wife of it being godly? Does that mean that you're then going to do something that's anti your ethical system by going into the secular system and filing for a no-fault divorce? Is that justified then, or are you supposed to put up with it?
It's like, all right, well, if he is not conducting himself in a manner that aligns with the way Christ treats his
determined by who? The wife? Or determined by, maybe the church father or clergyman?
The church, then that's actually not biblical patriarchy.
I'm going to shockingly disagree with this take.
Interesting. See, now I wonder what now, because I know she's, I don't even know what I'd call her. I think Andrew Wilson might be correctly called a Christian nationalist, though I don't want to mischaracterize her. So let's see what she's got to say.
Go for it.
Which might surprise a lot of people, because everybody knows I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm pretty serious about that. But you guys might not know there was a huge amount of membership in anti-suffrage groups. The anti-suffragists were far more popular than suffragists. Women did not want suffrage. Very few people know that, like, less than 4%, according to all of the referendums that they did at the time, women did not want it. And if you take a look at the arguments that women made for why they didn't want suffrage, why they didn't want women's liberation, they said, you're charging us with something we cannot do. So we cannot rule society. We cannot defend persons and property, which is supposed to be the primary role of government, to defend persons and property. If women can't do that, why give us political power? Why give us voting rights? Then we might have to get drafted. We might have to show up for jury duty.
Speaking of the draft, they should probably update that.
Things like that. So I think to say, well, we'll let the men rule as long as they're doing it in a way that we feel is Christian or things like that is kind of beside the point, because women only have an illusion of authority right now, basically. Like if it comes down to it. So men have the monopoly on force. There's no way around that. Even if you talk about...
This is an argument that I've heard Andrew Wilson make, and I believe this goes into his view of what rights are and how rights are enforced.
There's women senators or there's women...
I'm about to get drafted. Well, if the situation heats up out there, Vapor, it could very well happen. So here's hoping that, you're given a fair shake, and you young gentlemen are. A lot of us could get drafted too, to be honest. Like, it's all about it's about need and what Congress wants to do. So like in Ukraine, you would think it's like 18 to 25. I think it starts off that way, but for them it was just straight up 18 to 60 right off the bat, because the situation they're dealing with was really bad. over here, depending on the situation, if they need a mass mobilization, it could be, 18 to 40 or 36 or whatever it is. And, so yeah, I mean, it could happen, man. Oh, shoot. Could happen. Oh, crap. My Twidget's being weird. Oh, I never did the... 1 second, guys. Let me just get my Twidget working. I'm supposed to take this. This is how I display super chats. Oh, man. Start. Paste. It's all stuff I was supposed to do before the stream. Okay, it's loading the chat. Actually, I should have been doing this the whole time. Oh, come on, man. Is it not going to do it? Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, so this would allow me to select the chat. Vapors do tend to draft. It is 18 to 25 here. It is 18 to 25, but the reason I bring up Congress is because if the need for more is greater, Congress would probably very likely just pass, an amendment or just a change saying Congress now requires, 18 to 39. And that would be what we have to deal with. But yeah, as it stands now in the Selective Service, it is 18 to 25 chosen by lottery.
Residents or
Yo, you want to know another fun fact? I was reading the Selective Service guideline, or you can go to Selective Service Gov website, because I was curious. I was like, what about guys who identify as women? Like maybe they've gone through transition and they're like, hey, I'm a woman now. Like, does that mean I can't get drafted? And they've already answered that question. Basically, the legalese says men born at a certain date or whatever. And since it says born, then that means you were born as a man, and it doesn't matter if you transition. So therefore, you would still get drafted. If you decided to identify as a woman later in life, it doesn't matter because you were born as a man. So they found a quick way to circumvent that, question by just being very specific about the legalese. So another fun fact.
there's females in the military now. At the end of the day, the people who enforce any illusion of rights, women's rights or otherwise, are going to be men. Period, end of story. Nothing you can do about that. So to say, oh, women have equal rights, they have equal rights that they have to appeal to men to enforce on their behalf.
I do kind of wish she would go a little bit more specifically, because Lauren Chen was talking about how it should be biblical patriarchy. I believe Rachel said she disagreed with her take on biblical patriarchy, and now she's gone into this discussion about rights. But what I'd like to hear is just more specifics about how this applies to what Lauren Chen was saying about biblical patriarchy. I think it's more about who determines who is acting traditionally or not.
So is that actually equal? So I'm just saying, like, to have this idea that, well, we'll let the men be in charge. The men are in charge right now.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So that kind of goes into, it's like, no, you have no choice but to submit. She's using this sort of argument of force to do that, where I was kind of appealing back to what it says, in the Bible about, no, you have to be a good wife, you have to submit. You don't get to be like, hey, I disagree with this decision and it's not that. You have to submit. I would say it's probably up to the greater community of people to be like, hey, what you're doing isn't actually traditional and you need to stop. And possibly she can reach out to the church.
What's been happening is they've allowed women's liberation, and we can talk about who and why.
So you're saying that at any point, if like the majority of men in government were like, yeah, women, you're done. That's it.
Yes.
We wouldn't really be able to do much about it.
It's not even in government. It's if all the guys took up arms and it became like an actual war thing. But the thing is, I feel like they kind of discount women here, and I could be wrong. Women are really good at getting men to fight each other. That's what they do. I mean, there's not a bunch of simps out here and all the white knights and all these tropes because men decide to stick together. If men decided to pick up arms to be like, sorry, women, too bad. The greatest threat wouldn't be the women, but it would be the women who are most convincing to convince a faction of guys to then go and challenge the other guys, right? And that would be a huge issue because that could lead to greater problems and foreign intervention if there's that much of a... Yo, Robert Spencer with the $10, man. Big shout out, man. Oh, crap. Wrong, totally wrong. Oh my God, I fat fingered it. I'm so sorry, bro. Shout out to you, Robert. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. I will spend that $10 on things that are not complete indulgences, even though I have promised to spend all the money I got from YouTube on only fun things. Since it's you giving it to me, I want to make sure that $10 goes somewhere good. Like my cigar fund. Yes, that's right. I might spend that money on a cigar or maybe a sugarcane juice or something fun like that. Or maybe even we can even get one of these things here to make the background look better, get a Hot Toys. So all that stuff is going to help augment the YouTube channel. Am I muted? Am I muted? I'm not sure. Hopefully, I'm not getting any sound. Okay, if anybody else is not getting any sound, yo! Let me see. I may have done something. It looks like it. I should be getting sound. Let me see. Real quick. Damn, this could derail everything. Is anyone else not hearing me? Oh, Vapor hears me. Okay. That could just be JP. Sound is coming in fine for me. Yo, I appreciate you guys saving the stream. Yo, JP, it might be something on your end. Okay, perfect. I appreciate you guys. Again, Robert, thanks again for the $10. Another thing that's cool, man, is I've never actually made any money from YouTube, but I recently got it monetized. But you can't actually get any money from YouTube until you reach over $100 threshold. Then it'll give you that money. So I've actually been at $99.40 for like all of last week. So this $10 super chat is going to get my first YouTube payout, which is kind of cool. So, but I want to thank everybody for doing that. Maybe my computer bugging. No worries, bro. I appreciate you. I do appreciate feedback. If you guys ever notice anything, please say something, man, because that helps me. Really does help me, and it's not annoying. Like, I value that. Okay, so let's get. Your pipes are crooning just fine. All right, let's get back into it.
I don't disagree, but
if
I think
tomorrow they went, we've had enough of this little experiment, hasn't gone so well. I think this women's rights stuff is over, and no more voting for you, and you're gonna mostly be at home. If you have young children and you're a mother, you're going to be at home raising them. You're not going to be, trying to be a CEO. What would women do about that? Get mad, cry a little bit, yell.
Bro, I'm telling you, women would use their powers of seduction to get men to fight each other. I know it sounds like that wouldn't happen if the men were resolved enough. And the argument to what I'm saying is, well, how did patriarchy come in the first place? So there must be a way for it to do it, but I don't know. I still think that would happen. But then again, maybe the rebuttal does work. If patriarchy rose once, then I guess it can again. But patriarchy was undone once also. And was it really because guys just decided to be nice, or because they were played against each other?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I feel like politically, women certainly have a lot of power. There are a lot of guys online who refer to our current Western society as gynocentrism. Mm-hmm. But I
shout out to gynocentrism.com. That's going to be Peter Wright on Twitter. He's pretty cool, dude. He's worth following. Yo, Theron Frostbeard, I saw you in here. That's a badass Yoshi statue. Thank you, man. Yo, let me show you the Yoshi statue. It actually lights up and stuff. And fun fact, Mark actually got me this. I don't know if you remember Mark from the Twitch streaming days. But oh crap, it's the wrong. There's a remote for this, so I can change colors on this guy. And come on, let's get green. Well, it's being funny. Anyways, yo, Theron, we got to figure out a time for tomorrow for the Super Mario Maker stream. To the YouTube people, I know you guys usually watch me for child support, but please bear with me tomorrow as I play Mario, and I'm going to torture everybody with that. But Theron, anytime tomorrow pretty much works good for me. It's Sunday. I'm chilling. Just let me know. Yo, Peter Wright with $20. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow. Wow. Very kind. Let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. That's a lot of money right there. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, Peter. Guys, yeah, please remember to go check out gynocentrism.com. You basically got a shout out here on Tim Pool's show. which is pretty freaking cool to me. I don't know if I think he might have actually been referencing your site, but here it is right here, gynocentrism.com. So this is Peter Wright. And Peter does a lot of interesting things. He actually does a lot of research into chivalry and romantic chivalry, which is something a lot of us guys don't know about, because we just tend to think about like medieval stuff and a long time ago things. But chivalry actually provided the grounding for the feminism that we know today. So there's a lot of cool articles on this site. I would check it out. I'd also follow Gynocentrism on Twitter, which also has the name Peter Wright. So yeah, big ups to Peter, man. I appreciate that a lot. Can hear you now. Oh, perfect, JP. I hope it was just something simple on your end. I'd hate for that to happen again. All right, let's get into this.
I think I see what you're saying in that because men typically are the aggressive force, if they decided to, they could
Oh, crap. Sorry. YouTube's trying to get me to show you guys ads. Not today. We don't do ads on this
stop
channel.
it, and women couldn't.
Right.
So I guess I'm imagining a scenario where if a bunch of, say, like Republicans came out and said, no more 19th Amendment, you would have a bunch of women saying, how dare you, we won't allow this. But I suppose the argument then is the only reason that move from a Republican would be blocked is that Democrat men would block them.
Well, that's how we got the 19th Amendment. It was actually like gilded.
There you go. Yeah. See, men being convinced to fight each other. And this is a thing that women know how to do well. Like, women know how to do this. This is one of their, like, that's one of the things. I mean, you can maybe even say they're evolved to survive this way. I think about the Roman Empire at least once a day. Yeah, well, it's starting to look like Roman Empire 2.0 over here.
Age industrialist progressives, the same guys who met at the Jekyll Island Club in 1910 to draft the Federal Reserve Act, the same guys who wanted the income tax, had a vested interest in getting women out of the home and into the workforce and making them politically active.
But why is that? What was their interest?
Well, a couple of reasons. The first interest is if you're going to do an income tax, you can only tax the men's wages. Well, imagine if you can double that by getting all the women into the workforce and taxing their wages. So that's one. Two is a lot of these guys wanted this blend of socialism and capitalism that we have right now, this kind of hybrid system. And there was a lot of anti-suffrage groups that had posters, pamphlets, encyclicals. They even did debates against suffragists where they said a vote for women is a vote for socialism, because the Bolsheviks in Russia were saying, we're never going to have full communism. We're never going to have true socialism unless we get women involved, give them the vote, make them workers, make them see themselves as labor units rather than mothers. So this was kind of the plan. So that's kind of how we ended up with the system we have now. So they wanted to dual income tax. They wanted women in the workforce. What's the other big benefit of that? Where do the kids go all day? If mom and dad are both at work, they have to go somewhere. Oh, we magically get the compulsory education system right along this same time frame. So the kids are being indoctrinated with whatever values the government and the Department of Education want to bestow on them. So,
it's interesting how all that stuff kind of works together. What's interesting about her is I actually saw, I don't really watch much of her content, but I did see like it's a while ago, I saw a debate with her and I think it was some Indian lady named like Stardust or Starlight. I don't even remember, but she was the feminist and she was debating her. And I learned that tidbit that no-fault divorce was created in, well, I guess it would be the Soviet Union, the communist the USSR. And it's interesting because no-fault divorce works over there where the government provides you the provisioning and the, like, they had no-fault divorce because they're communist, but there's also no child support, no spousal support because, you go to the government for getting taken care of if you need to get taken care of. And then it came over here, and that's how you got, California then had no-fault divorce after that in the late 60s. So it was just interesting to learn that tidbit that it was actually a overseas creation at first, particularly born out of communism. I didn't know that, so that was cool.
And the other big obvious one is cheap wages. If you were J.P. Morgan or a Cornelius Vanderbilt.
Yep, that's the other thing. A lot of wage stagnation is because you got double the supply of labor force.
or a Rockefeller or a Ford, and you have these huge factories and you need lots of cheap labor, you can only import so many immigrants.
And it's all assembly line, industrial manufacturing, where it's like everybody just does one step. It's like you screw the head on the doll. Just that's all you do. That's all you do. So it's like men and women could basically both do that, since it's like not very specialized. Yeah, I mean, so you got, wages stagnating. You got things costing more because a guy wants a house, but a woman wants to be single and buy a house too. So you got double the people wanting to buy houses. That's putting up the cost of houses. Wages are going down. Men are still expected to be providers. How's that supposed to work?
Better idea, take the women who are going to work for a lower wage, put them in the factories, which is exactly what we saw happen. So.
I suppose with industrialization, you immediately let me pause. Go back before industrialization. Conscription became okay. I got to slow down. Obviously, conscription's been around forever. Guys were forced to fight, but it became substantially more viable to have a conscripted class when
the women were working,
like breech loaders, muskets, and more easily loadable weapons became prominent.
Yeah.
It used to be back in the ancient days, you had a warrior class. Men who were born from the day they were born, every day trained to be fighters. And they said, these guys are going to be the fighters who defend this nation. And they had spears. But then all of a sudden they were like, this is a gun. You point it, you pull the trigger, it works. All of a sudden they were like, we could take literally anybody, hand them this, and they can fight on equal. So all of a sudden.
That's a byproduct of like that same industrial process of making things like so simple. You can just have an assembly line of people doing it.
I was reading about the fall of samurai in Japan, and this warrior class had tremendous political power that was lost the moment rifles were introduced to the country. All of a sudden, they're just like, we don't need you anymore.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting too is I don't know if his characterization of that there was a dedicated warrior class. There were dedicated warriors, but peasants and commoners would be brought up to fight or make up ranks, typically with very little armor and probably not the best weaponry. As compared to like a knight or something like that. But what he's bringing up is like the impact of technology. And technology is always the X factor. And that's why for me, it goes into the future, like going back to patriarchy or traditionalism, how it looked like before, I'm a pessimist about, because the X factor is always technology. And technology is increasing at such a rapid rate today. It's like going back, if you can wake up tomorrow and everything was back the way it was, if those technologies are still here, it would instantly evaporate and become what we have now. It's like birth control isn't going away. Guns aren't going away. Part of why women are the way they are now is because they're not limited by their biology like they used to be. It used to be if, you slept with some guy at the tavern and got pregnant and he was back on the Silk Road tomorrow morning and you never saw him again, you now got this random person's baby and your family is just like, well, what are we supposed to do with this child that's not even of ours? He certainly won't be inheriting any of my property. I don't know why you did this. Not to mention, other limitations like that. But with birth control and things like that, that opened up new horizons for women, and they now had the ability to do things that were outside. Man, someone is doing donuts in my intersection right now. That happens a lot. But yeah, so technology is the X factor here.
Your political power is gone. So I forgot exactly where I was going with that, but
probably that it's the Industrial Revolution
Right.
is what allowed feminism. If you ever
Exactly.
wondered how come women's liberation didn't happen for 2, 4, 6,000 years before this,
They were limited by their biology. Yeah, it wasn't that easy. Technology is the X factor here. It created so much wealth, not even just, industrialization, but also as like part of finding the new world. If you're a colonial power, you had all this wealth just pumping in. There's so much money. We live in this like nuclear age where it's like the mainland is not often threatened. There'd probably be a lot more war if nuclear weapons weren't here as a deterrent. I mean, yeah, it's just biologically speaking, there are a lot of the natural factors that kept us in those very defined roles have been pushed back so far. Like it allows us to be able to live this way.
because technology is the thing that makes it possible for women to feel they're equal with men.
There you go. Beautiful. I'm glad she brought up technology. That's the X factor. Darren Frostbeard says, throw a spork at the car doing donuts. I know, man. Dude, that stuff annoys me so freaking much. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just becoming an old grumpy man or something. But I know it's probably some stupid kid. But they just choose the word. I mean, they really shouldn't be doing
Look
that.
at this studio. Were any of these lights, this Wi-Fi, these computers, any of this designed by women?
No,
Do the women
nothing.
upkeep it? Do the women
Yeah,
build?
that's a good question. What inventions from women can we think of? I'm sure there's some. I don't want to say there isn't any. There's got to be some. So I just can't think of any right now, but come on.
No, the men build
Yeah.
this technological world that makes us think,
And it's so
oh, I
funny.
could be a
It's
career
so-
woman.
Electricity. Oh. What was that, women who invented electricity, or was that like Nikola Tesla or Thomas Edison? You're just being far. You almost got me, Theron.
can be
It's
in
so
charge.
funny because women will come on the show and say they don't need men on a microphone
Yes.
that men built in a building
Right,
that
right.
men maintain.
And I agree with that. And my counter, because I was talking about this, I have a segment we'll get to in a second. All of these women these feminists are online saying, we're great inventors. Actually, I was just screwing with ChatGPT because it's super woke, and I'm trying to get it to admit reality. And it was like, men and women are completely equal and have contributed equally to society. And I'm like, I agree that's true, but tell me why. And it starts going on about great inventors. And I'm like, no, spare me this. It is strange to me that there are so many feminists that want to talk about the masculine things women have done instead of literally just being like, how about every great world leader was made by a woman? How about the fact that women are the ones who create the people? In concert with men, yes, but women, if a guy's like, I invented the light bulb, it's like, congratulations, you were created by a woman. Like, can we give women credit for being the creators of life?
No, and what's interesting is that feminists basically have masculine values. They only judge women as
I think she's definitely trying to separate herself from being seen as a feminist, because in her discussion with Andrew kind of took the mask off and showed her that she was an undercover feminist. Also, if you're Lauren Chen, you're probably wondering why this other she agreed to go on this show against Rachel and Pearl, and then there's this other girl, Isabel, whose only contribution to the show so far has been the word yes or something. I can't even remember. And she's probably like, why aren't you, Isabel, backing me up against these other two over here? Like, and again, it's not like I'm rooting for them. I tend to have this thing where I tend to root for the underdog, and it's just like, well, it's anyways. But yeah, like, you got to be wondering, like, hey, I agreed to go on the show with you. Why aren't you backing me up?
successful or useful when they are conforming to masculine norms.
Yes.
That's why they love the CEO, feminine girl boss. They love those female fighters. They're only proud of women when they're behaving like men, because that's where their value set comes from. They basically disregard the homemaker, anything feminine, nurturing, caring, child.
Motherhood has been kind of I don't want to say demonized, but it's not been celebrated
Care. They
lately.
think of that as unimportant,
Unless it's single motherhood.
which is ironically actually sexist.
So I want to pull this up. I was talking about this the other day. This is a great thread. We have Catherine Brodsky. She posted this image of this Taekwondo black belt woman doing this absolutely amazing bow staff routine. She's spinning this aluminum staff. It looks absolutely incredible. Wow, real talent there. I sincerely mean that. Look at that. She said, if you run into her in the forest, I pity the man and the bear.
God, these women are so delusional.
She then
Not a
responded.
bear.
She then responded, the number of unfit, unskilled men claiming they can, quote, take her merely based on the fact that they are men. Yes, men are on average stronger, but take an unfit.
This is going to be the exception rule again. Let's see. Vapor says, I love having a conversation with only using the word yes and like 40 minutes of content. There's been nothing else from her. Like, I almost feel bad for Lauren because I don't know. She agreed to come on the show with this other person. The other person has not backed her up at all. Like, I don't get that. Theron says, I think that we have been evolving and both sexes have had their brain get more powerful. Yeah, well, I think with technology, it's definitely allowed us to focus on maybe more abstract things and our ability to process more abstract things in that way. I personally, this goes off of what I believe consciousness is, but I believe our consciousness has expanded a lot. Like, I would almost say we have too much consciousness now, and that's why so many people are, depressed or have these psychological things. But because we've been able to push back the forces of nature so far, it's given like the average person way more consciousness than the average person has ever had. And that sounds weird because it's like I'm quantifying consciousness, but yes, I do believe that. And I would even say like men and women have a similar consciousness, at least a similar consciousness overflow in that regard.
Fit man in a somewhat similar weight class, and she's winning.
No.
So the first thing I want to say is the caveat of an unfit man in the same weight class after saying I pity the man in the bear. So this
look at this. You can't see me because I'm in the way, and I apologize for that. But if you look at this, you got Tim Pool here, you got her, you can see Lauren Chen, you can see Pearl, and this woman is not even in the square. She's not even in the square of like, it's like, I don't know, it's like she's not even here to be seen. That's weird.
Woman, tremendous talent. I mean no disrespect, but she's 5'1", 100 pounds.
Right.
Yeah.
She has her stats are available for her like fight record and everything. There's a reason why a man who is 6'3", raw muscle, ripped to the bone with 4 black belts will not beat a grizzly bear in a fight.
Yeah.
Technique's not going to save you from a grizzly bear.
Right.
Because physical mass matters in the conflict. Yes, there's with proper grappling technique, it's known that women could force a man into a submission, but a 5 foot.
I'm sorry to stop his point, but just real quick, I just want to show you this. Like look at this. Okay, now the other two are kind of off a tiny bit, but I don't know. And my border here is stopping this a little bit. Like I get that, but it's just like she's not even in this thing. I don't know why that shouldn't bother me. That shouldn't be a big deal. I just find it extremely strange. Theron Frostbeard says, that makes sense. People think they know about shit and become stupid people.
Tall 100-pound woman will be lifted up with one arm by probably your average guy. Okay, maybe not your average guy.
I don't even think she could take a 5'1" guy.
No, because even like pound for
She could probably beat up a 5'1" guy. You sure she isn't just a fill-in so it isn't odd for the graphics? No, I think she's like a political commentator person also. Like she's active on Twitter. I'm pretty sure I've seen some of her stuff. So it's strange that she's not set
pound men are still stronger.
Right.
More bone density, more muscle mass.
I mean, my husband, he's really into mixed martial arts. She does BJJ.
On average. You can go in. I mean, I pull this book off my shelf every now and then. Like, Plato wrote The Republic. Okay, and it's not like he's saying, oh, we should have it the way I said it, but he comes up with the ideal city and speech, like what would a just society looks like. And when he discusses the warrior class, he does say that some women can qualify to be warriors for the city. So some women can, it's just that most of them aren't. So, a 5'1" woman could probably beat up a 5'1" guy if she's trained. Damn, I'm not active in the political field. Oh, it's all good.
He does boxing, and I asked him like, we have a daughter. He's like, would you?
Honestly, Vapor, I would say that's probably something to be happy about. It may not even be worth it. Like if you're just looking up things that interest you, and your Twitter feed is not filled with a bunch of like just trash talking garbage, like you're probably winning.
Put Riley in like Taekwondo or stuff like that, and he was like, why? And I'm like, I don't know, like self-defense. And he's like, no, we're just gonna get her a gun. Like exactly. She's tiny, she's half Asian. Like even he recognizes like for
half Asian.
her, it's not gonna be useful unless you do like the Krav Maga, like you just target the eye and the balls. Is basically the most
Whatever's
useful
effective
thing a woman can do.
I mean, I think women should learn self-defense, but I think the idea that women taking self-defense courses under the idea that they're going to beat a man in a refereed fist fight.
Yeah.
But, look,
I mean, this is basically why, like, I'm sick of Hollywood movies. Like, I want to watch a Hollywood movie and then not be taken out of the experience. But then, you see, like, the 5'1" girl beating up a bunch of 6'4" dudes, and it's just like, this isn't the movie for me.
looking at this Twitter thread, it's loaded with guys who are like, absolutely a trained woman would beat a man. And I'm like,
But
I think
no,
Ronda Rousey
can.
could probably take the average guy, but even that is a maybe.
Right.
There was some unfit average guy. I can't remember the exact story, but he challenged any MMA champion woman to a fight, and they all refused to do it until finally they did. Someone finally they would be like, "I'll take him. He's nothing. I'm trained." And then at the last minute, be like, "I'm not doing it." And then finally something happened where he did like a friendly sparring match and got put in a submission, and they hugged it out or whatever. I don't think it was a real fight. You know, the average guy is 5'8", 5'9". Actually, the scary thing is the average guy right now is 5'8", 200 pounds, which is kind of worrisome.
Chonky.
Yeah, and the same thing with average women in this country is also like 150 or something. Or
Yeah, let's not kid around here. Like 7 out of 10 of us are on the overweight spectrum. About like 35 or 36% are clinically obese. That's like where it's actually a medical thing and you're very overweight. And then another 3 or 4 out of 10 people are overweight. So if you take the overweight people and the obese people, that's 7 out of 10 people. So I mean, I think that's split pretty evenly down gender lines.
whatever. But if you just take like the average guy who's got 5'8", and let's say 5'8", 199 pounds, how is the average woman who is what, like 5'4" or 5'3"?
Well, I think there's Hollywood movies have contributed to this greatly because they've actually
Hey, she brought up
convinced
Hollywood. All right, cool.
women that with just training I could totally kick someone's butt.
Yeah.
And we're lucky enough that in Western society women are so removed from actual physical conflict, including and especially with men, that we start to believe that's true. Thank goodness all of these women are so delusional, because that means that they've actually never had to fight a man or been attacked by a man, because if that were, heaven forbid, ever to happen, they would learn really quick that you're not as strong as them.
Do you think that's part of why Pearl and I are both kind of tomboys? I'm a firearms instructor myself. I teach women basic pistol and concealed carry. And I'd say more than half of my female students do not have the hand strength to load or operate an automatic pistol. They have to use a revolver.
Ah, damn, I didn't think about that. An automatic pistol.
Something like that. And I think when you grow up doing boy things with boys, you
you see the
understand and
difference.
respect
Yeah.
that you're not a
So-
man.
Well, and playing sports, because I played basketball for 16 years. So if I go do pickup, I gauge with guys, because I'll play with them sometimes, but I know if he played 1 year of high school, I'm getting beat, even though I played in college.
I just want to mention the speed loader wasn't invented because women had trouble loading guns,
Revolvers.
loading magazines. It's because it is substantially easier. It's annoying to try and just repeatedly. Oh man,
Right.
Going to the
You're
range
going to
and
have a
then
revolver, you got to have a speed loader. But
right. We go to the range and I'm like, I've got 17 rounds to load in this thing. Just give me the speed loader. I don't want to keep pressing into it. It's extra work I don't want to do.
Just so you guys know, we're 28 minutes into this. There's another 2 hours. If the rest of this becomes we're just talking about speed loaders and agreeing, I might decide to call it. But in this 2 hours, hopefully there's some more debate.
Yeah, I'd imagine the speed loader is going to make it much. Technology really does equal the playing field for women in a lot of ways.
But
You know-
even a man with a gun versus a woman with a gun, 9 times out of 10, the man's going to be better. And people don't think that that's the case. But when I took my testing to get certified, there was only one other woman with me. She actually brought her husband and had him loading her magazines and stuff. I was like, this is cheating. I should have did everything myself.
Well, and men even have better hand-eye coordination. So when it comes to aim, I absolutely demolish my husband when it comes to stuff
I almost want to forward this, but I'm gonna
like that. But that's very rare. Usually, it's on average, it would if the best sharpshooters or whatever in the military, they are men.
Yeah.
And I know that's one of the things where
gonna eat my
there was this whole
chocolate bread
debate
while I'm
about should
waiting.
women be in the military, should they serve in combat roles? I don't think so, but people were like, well,
God,
they could
no.
still fire guns as well and stuff like that. It's actually no, actually, yeah.
Well, and just
Well,
because some women can do some things doesn't mean that all women ought do those things.
Oh,
It's the exception,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then it just
Oh,
proves
thank
that
God.
women need men.
Finally.
And back to this post, all the men commenting, it's okay, well, who's really to blame for feminism if men, these simps, allowed women to have this power? And how do we actually combat feminism today? Because like you said, women are controlling the emotions, and they're the ones driving this hysteria and making the men vote this way and enforce these things. So really, it's up to the men. And I saw your husband talk about how men need to create men's rights advocacy groups in Washington.
They've had
Yeah.
them for over 100+ years. The first men's rights advocacy group was in the early 1900s. The reason that it's so ineffective is because women are the biggest swing voters.
Yeah.
And so that's why I would say women are more responsible for feminism.
That's interesting. That's interesting that she's saying, because I'd like to see more men's rights lobbying groups also.
Because most men do not have political power other than one vote. And even if they do vote, women will always outvote men because there's more women than men.
I do think, though, that part of the reason that women, I would say that men should be
Come on, it's your first time saying something that's hopefully disagreeing and not just agreeing, and let's see what she said.
Have higher standards when it comes to women. I do think that if women, like the reason why so many girls are on OnlyFans or are whores are because men still sleep with them. They're paying the OnlyFans subscriptions. And I know it's easy, like this is not what's happening, this is what they ought to do. But if we ever want to change the culture, we have to start somewhere. And I do think that if more men's advocacy groups arised and more men were like, I'm not going to give women and feminists the time of day if they're pro-voting, if they're feminists, like make it so unfavorable, bring back shaming to such a high degree.
Bring back shaming. The shaming ain't gonna, it's just, I don't think it's gonna work. I just don't think it's gonna work so long as the law allows them to do stuff. If the law says something is legal and you're being shamed for doing something that's legal, I just don't see how that's gonna work. I mean, I think if there's actual consequences, you know, if you could maybe argue and say, hey, if you keep doing this and really convince them that there's consequences, maybe that'll work. But these folks on these podcasts have been doing that for a long time, and it ain't getting any better out there. So she's talking about having MRAs to bring back shaming. But we need men's rights advocacy groups to actually put forth legislation and lobby for that.
Rabid as the feminists were, where they took over everything. Like,
so I disagree.
Oh, thank God. Pearl's disagreeing. Okay, so now this woman, this fourth mystery woman, has been brought into the debate, and she cannot sit quiet now. So let's see.
I think women want to be on OnlyFans because they enjoy being whores. So I've interviewed so many sex workers. They just like it. They get off on being.
See, this is where the shaming thing won't work, because it's like the more you shame them, they're going to be like, wow, this pisses off all you boomer conservative people or all you annoying tradcons. Like, I'm going to do it times 10. And then that's how you end up with like the women on the whatever podcast.
Naked in front of men. I don't think it's this, like the men are giving that, like,
but the men are there to be in front of.
Yeah, but they're also there to be in front of when they walk outside. And I see this when I go to Vegas. Women just get naked on the street. Like, you see them, they have like stickers over women. I've never seen women fight harder than for anything than the ability to be naked and the ability to be whores.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's absolutely appalling, but I think men should have the discipline. And I know it's tough because
See, then why can't you put that same argument when Pearl says women shouldn't be getting pregnant or whatever, the accountability's on the woman. So it's like she was quiet that whole time when they were discussing that in the beginning about the singles moms choosing the bad guys, the bad boys, to get pregnant with, and then, you know, crying, woe is me, when it's like they did that. And on this side, it's like, well, you know, the men.
I'm not trying to blame it all on men, but at the end of the day, it's like sales. It's like if there's no supply, if there's no supply.
But I'm saying even if there was no OnlyFans market, like women would still figure out. There's been escorts, prostitutes that's like the world's oldest profession. Yep. That's always going to happen. Well, but back to the whose fault is it? I think it's women. You know, I think we're always bringing the blame back to men, but most women vote just because women had the opportunity to leave their husbands. They didn't have to pick it. And I think we're ultimately responsible for the downfall of society. Most men have very little to no political power other than one vote.
Isn't it then fair to say it's actually men's fault for allowing women to do these things in the first place?
I think
that was the point I was making. I want to actually break that down. So, okay.
They jumped on that as quick as possible. Like, yes, the men's fault.
Get married. Let's just say tomorrow you find your chick, you get married. And then she says, I want to leave you. And I want to take half your business and your stuff.
And your retirement.
What do you do? No, don't do it. Well, no, I really want to. No, please don't. Let me go leave.
I'll take you on date night, please.
My point was pre-women's suffrage. It was men, it's patriarchy, and then the men go, I had an idea, let's divide power amongst women.
Yeah.
Couldn't you then blame men for being weak?
Fine, maybe.
Can you blame men, or can you blame a small group of elite people who stood to profit for this and lobbied and slid that through to make it happen? The Rachel lady said that a lot of the women were against that, and it was like some amount, you know, I don't know the history of that too much, but I don't know if that was overwhelmingly men. I think a lot of the stuff that happens there at the top, like you can probably blame some elite guys for doing that, or maybe whoever controlled the levers of power, but men as a whole is a different story.
100 years ago, sure, but I'm saying any person born today or in the last 50, most men didn't have anything to do with that. Like, you weren't alive. I
Right.
wasn't
Sure, yeah.
alive. So yeah, sure, a few men you could say are responsible, but by
There
and
you
large,
go.
far more women have opted for this stuff. Far more women have gotten abortions. Far more women have gotten on OnlyFans.
Only women have gotten abortions.
Like you said earlier, when women get power, they're terrible. They don't know
Terrible
what to
with
do
it.
because they have higher rates of mental illness. They're just way more abusive. They just are power hungry. So, because men allowed allowed them to have the power, and now women have the power, and look how terrible society is with the sexual revolution. And now it is because of women.
Yo, Meat Man. Good to see you, bro. I appreciate you being here all the way from Malaysia. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for getting it popping over there on the Twitch.
Today and them having power, and it sucks because we can't go back in time. But what can we do now?
But that's my point. If we're gonna
Yes,
go
what can we do
back,
now?
if we're gonna make the argument whose fault is it? Far more women are at fault than men because a very small percentage of men had anything to do with this.
But I kind of feel like the generations just have different problems.
Okay.
I mean, if you go back to the stark patriarchy, there's war, the bloodiest war, Civil War, World War II. There's bad things that existed under patriarchy as well. And so if you look at society today and you say, degeneracy and these things that came from the sexual revolution, these are bad things, but does it mean that it was there ever a utopian society? I mean, how do we weigh the problems today against the problems of yesterday? There were always problems we're trying to fix.
There were always problems, but you can point back to a time relatively recently where over 90% of kids were born within a marriage and not out of wedlock. Now, that doesn't mean it was perfect, but there are clear markers of huge differences that we're seeing today.
And
Well,
also,
I think the problems of the past were more due to lack of certain technology we have that improves things. So we
got so much technology now with dating apps and all this. Yo, I'm so sorry. I got to take a fat leak. I'll be right back. Just brief intermission, gentlemen and ladies. All right. Thanks for waiting. That one just needed to happen. I do like this pause screen. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. All right. Let's get back into that. That was nice.
often conflate the effects of the industrial and technological revolutions with the social revolutions, which feminism is by far the biggest and most significant social revolution of all time. It was not an organic grassroots movement. It was totally astroturfed. It was completely engineered. It was societal engineering. But I think this is my hot take, is that we're not going to fix this. We're not going to culturally go back. There's no going back. But
Okay, I am glad to hear that. Yeah, I would say I agree with that.
what is going to happen is this is completely unsustainable. This situation, totally unsustainable. And here's why. Birth rates in South Korea right now are 0.78. In the United States, in the entire Western world, in fact, in the whole world except a handful of countries, it's well below replacement.
I disagree. I agree with everything you just said, except for there's no going back. I think what you described is going back. So when you look at the birth rates, yes, in the United States it's below replacement, but look at the conservative birth rate.
Right.
It's not above replacement. It's not, but it's higher.
Yeah.
Which means that there's this dip happening predominantly among liberal groups
Yes.
and feminist groups.
Yes.
And it's much lighter against conservative groups, which means over a long enough time scale, conservatives rebound, liberals.
That's exactly what.
That's an interesting point. I mean, I guess you can kind of breed them out of existence. It also depends on it. It could be that the conservatives just provide the bodies, the raw material, and then the liberals indoctrinate them. And that's where the culture wars tend to matter. So it really depends on who's in charge of media and the greater culture. But as generations go on, maybe they're right. I think the big X factor here when it comes to these arguments for collapse is technology. And as we have AI and all these automated processes and things, I don't know. The X factor is always technology. I mean, if it's progressing at the rate it's been progressing, it might help ameliorate some of these birth rate issues, and we end up in a completely different situation that isn't a collapse. So, maybe, but I don't know about certainly.
It's going to happen, but I don't think it'll be going back. It'll be a rebirth, and it'll look different.
Right.
And I also disagree that that's really going to happen, because you can't make your kid be conservative. And I've seen.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Because it's about the indoctrination. And to assume all right, you have 3 kids and they all are going, again, we live in a free society. And that is one of the most championed values of American society, both on the right and the left. And it's just so long as people have the freedom to do things, it's not a guarantee they will stick with those traditional roles, especially if there isn't any economic incentive to do so.
I've seen
Klaus, she's pretty hot. Robert, do you think she's measuring how big the fish she almost caught was? Klaus says, with education in public school, it doesn't really matter who has the kids. The result will be the same. Yeah, it's about the indoctrination. Unless they can get a handle on that, or again, I say there has to be a religious revival. And if, a lot of people tend towards that way, or they all start doing homeschool and they really find a way to push back, maybe. But if that doesn't change, then yeah, I mean, conservatives continue bearing the children, but then liberals take them and fashion their minds into whatever it is. That's not what we want to see happen, but that is kind of what's happened and probably seems to be continuing to happen. Will says kids rebel from their parents. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Kids in, maybe this is anecdotal, but I've seen kids with very conservative parents come out very liberal.
Right. Well, don't send your children to college.
Yeah, they've actually done studies. If the greatest single predictor of what your political ideology is going to be is the ideology of your parents, that's before the age of 25. After 25, the number one is.
Damn, Pearl is coming in with the facts today. She really did her homework. Very good.
Your husband's.
There
is your
is
spouse.
In Germany, homeschooling is not allowed. Wow, I did not know that. That's really, I wonder why. You can't do homeschooling, huh? And smash that like button. Oh, yeah, thank you, please. Yeah, if you're watching, please hit that like. The like button helps me with the algorithm. Much appreciated. Thanks for that reminder, Will.
There is a genetic component to political beliefs. Yeah. People are uncovering more and more. But if you homeschool your kids, you definitely don't send them to public school. There is a good chance that, yes, your child will be conservative. And if they get...
And the homeschool factor here requires an economic level that allows, one person to stay home and do the homeschooling. Our current situation is it's not going to be easy to do that. You know what I mean? Dad has to make decent income. Mom stays home and homeschools these kids. It's just not a guarantee of that. So there's a lot of challenges there that they need to deal with first.
Married, then that's...
Pearl, you are correct, and I think you're going to agree with me. You said that you don't think it's going to go back because you can't guarantee.
I don't really watch Tim Pool, but I think he's doing a pretty good job of moderating this pretty fairly, just to say that.
Your kid is conservative, but after 25, the husband is the biggest predictor?
Husband's number one. Second is where you live. Third is parents,
right. Yeah. So let me bring up this image right here. This is just a couple of the data points that we've seen from various countries. Men skewing conservative, women skewing liberal. Yep. So Pearl, what happens at 35?
Okay, but women aren't going to get married.
Right.
Wait. I want to, and women still have the most political power.
So,
go ahead.
Right. Do you believe that all women hold these views? I would argue that many of them are just following social trends.
I think that, do I think all women are liberal? No. I think some are, yeah.
I mean, of liberal women, do you think all of them inherently do believe this? I believe that when you look at the data from Instagram and TikTok, where women are, like young girls develop Tourette's from watching videos of Tourette's. They're very socially
Everyone's
influenced.
autistic now.
Yes.
So I think, here's my prediction.
Yeah.
When you look at men skewing conservative, and it's happening now, Gen Z, predominantly among men, very much moving towards Trump. It's this weird phenomenon we've not seen. Gen Z is considered to be the most conservative generation in 100 years, not because they're conservative. They're not.
Right.
But because it's the first time we've tracked slight conservative ticks. So typically, of the past 4 or 5 generations, the next generation is always slightly more progressive. Gen Z is the first time we've seen it sort of balance out and then move a little bit to the right in one area. So they're very similar to millennials, but whoa, it wasn't a dramatic shift. Here's my prediction. Men don't have a biological clock.
Right.
Men are skewing conservative. Men are going to be 35 and they're going to meet a 35-year-old woman on a dating app, and the woman's going to be sitting there going, I'm a progressive. And he's going to say, ma'am, I have all the time in the world. Have a nice day. I won't have kids with someone who's going to divorce me.
Yes.
This is going to do 2 things. The women who are only following social cues will immediately be like, I never actually cared about that. I want a family.
Right.
And the women who do really believe it won't have.
They say that this is what Coach Greg Adams calls the bait and switch, the free agent lifestyle here. Coach Greg Adams, one of my favorite content creators. They're going to say that to get what they want, and then after they get what they want, then it's going to be the bait and switch. Suddenly they're going to have a feminist's resurrection within themselves. The great dragon's head of feminism will bear itself and then, run them through the divorce ringer. The only thing that changes this is a change in the
Kids.
law.
Yeah, so
I
here's
would
what I
not-
was trying to say earlier is this is a self-correcting problem, meaning we're not going to have to go in and rebuild the patriarchy. This is the patriarchy going, wait a minute, this was really bad. This was a bad deal. The sexual revolution was a really bad deal for men. Men are figuring this out now, and exactly what you said is true. Men can wait. They don't have to start a family before 30. And by the way, women aren't having children until they're 30, 31 years old now, which is why the birth rate is so low. It's not because people are having no kids. It's because we're telling all the women to spend their fertile years in college, going into debt and building a career. And then we think they're going to flip a switch at 30 and just start popping out babies. They have 1, maybe 2, because it doesn't make sense to have all that debt and invest your whole 20s in your career.
Well, and people aren't getting married because, housing prices and things like that are very expensive. That's not an excuse. You can probably, rough it out, but I think that's a contributing factor.
And then suddenly stay home with your kids.
This is what I.
But
this,
the men aren't
sorry.
gonna keep going.
Yeah, this
Well,
is what I would predict in terms of outcomes. Young women have no evidence that they care what men want. When you poll them, they say that they care about men, like they care about traveling more. They care about other things more than men. If I had to predict what the future will be, I would say single parenthood, and I would say that IVF is gonna, and women are just gonna have kids old.
Hey, that's the single mothers by choice thing we were talking about right here. This is a growing trend. Single mothers by choice. I also want to point out, while I have the opportunity, that this is the neckbeards of the female gender. Like, you remember the guy with the sword and the fedora? I have long wondered if there was a woman version of that, and we found him. It is in this subreddit, the single mothers by choice subreddit. I mean, how how far removed do you have to be to decide all men aren't worth it? I'm gonna IVF myself into having a baby. I think that is just wild.
Older and older, it's actually going to get to the point where they don't need a man. They can just get a sperm donor.
The sperm donor. And here's another thing. So this is an interesting thing, and this is going to be a little bit of child support history. Before the actual child support program was passed federally through Congress in 1975, there were a couple of different ideas being thrown out there, and one of them was called the Sugarman proposal. And then there was another guy named, I think, Erwin Garfinkel, and he had a very similar proposal. But basically what they wanted to do was expand Social Security so that everybody would get taxed, like all guys too, especially, but everybody would have to pay an additional Social Security tax from your check, and it would go into this fund to act as insurance if you had a kid with someone and you guys weren't married. then what would happen is that if a woman has a child out of wedlock, she would then apply to Social Security and get funds, get some sort of amount through that fund. I think Sugarman only, there was a difference there. I can't remember what it was. There was like some small difference, but that was essentially the proposal. Oh, the difference between the Sugarman proposal was that the only women who could benefit off that were if the dad was someone who had paid into it, where Erwin Garfinkel was like, no, all women who have children out of wedlock should be able to benefit from this, whether or not the guy paid into it or not. But Congress at the time was like, hell no, that sounds like socialism, basically. And they're like, let's go after the deadbeat dad. And that's how you got the, federally funded child support program through Congress. So now what Pearl's talking about with IVF, if the women all collectively decide to say, screw this, we're all going the IVF route. What that means is that you can't pin it on a guy. You can't say, hey, you're the dad, you have to pay for this. The government cannot slave your labors into financing this child because it's a sperm donor, right? So it's legally, there's no guy involved. So what I think would happen instead is that something similar to the Sugarman proposal would be resurrected. What they would do is they would just start taxing everybody. Like, listen, these women are having all these kids. You guys are basically having all these kids in common. Everybody's just going to be taxed, and it's just going to be more like a socialist system in that way. And frankly, welfare at this point in California might as well be that, since they're just giving money out. And then also any child support collected, even though it's owed to the state, is apparently going to the moms now anyways. Well, we're already here in California, but the rest of y'all just need to catch up.
It's true, but I don't believe it will outweigh.
No.
I don't think the numbers can ever reach that point. Especially single parenthood will not be nearly as successful, as you pointed out, with crime and homelessness. These men that are becoming more conservative are going to make demands. And everything you pointed out about divorce, it's a really great point. A guy says, no fault divorce, you could just take everything away, and what's the point of getting married?
Yeah.
So that means you're going to get more and more guys who are shifting conservative, going on dates when they're 30, and they're going to say, you were really sweet, I really enjoy your time, but I will not date a woman who believes in no fault divorce and abortion. And this means that those women will have to go towards IVF. They won't have kids. If they don't have kids, then
Or
their
they
line
will-
ceases.
But
They will adapt to the views of their husband.
But it doesn't-
Right.
We looked at the results of the 2020 election. Married women voted Republican on average. And this is something that is not that uncommon. White women.
So, see, at this point, though, what is the conservative platform offering in terms of fixing this legal situation? You know what I mean? Like, yes, they might vote more conservative, but they're voting more conservative on a gamble that something will get better. But there's not even a platform. The TradCons don't even have a platform that exists that are like, hey, these are the laws we're going to change. It's all like just focused on abortion. That's the thing they're pissed off about. Nobody's asking about getting rid of no-fault divorce. So at a certain point, if these guys feel like the conservatives aren't helping them, they will either just MGTOW out of here, which is what a lot of guys have been doing, or if the progressive liberals offer something that at least makes it better for them, they might choose that side.
And also voted Republican.
Right.
Guess what? Majority, of all the social demographic groups, white women most likely to be married. Married women are conservative because men are conservative. And I believe, we've talked about service, guaranteed citizenship. What is the ideal electoral system? I think, vote per household led by the husband would be one good thing. But I think my husband firmly believes that if a man is strong and leads, women will follow. And I think that is also true in relationships. He has friends who are very, very right wing in Quebec, very liberal area. They do not have they are young, they're in shape, they have good jobs. They do not have problem, even the super libby area, finding women to date, because it's true. When you present yourself as the strong masculine man, you have these opinions, women follow.
But it doesn't matter what women say, it matters what they do. And if
Beautiful. Thank you, Pearl.
I had to predict.
Oh, crap. 1 second. Klaus says, I just wanted to read Klaus' comment. Klaus says, adopt to the views of the husbands until she's not feeling it anymore. Who's going to believe that and goes into the marriage trap? Exactly. It's the bait and switch. This is the same thing TradCons have been saying the whole time. They're just like, no, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this. The red pillar guys are like, no, every time we do that, we're shooting ourselves in the foot and thereby enabling feminism. She's talking about finding someone who isn't liberal. There isn't a guy out there who's pissed off that his blue-haired feminist wife is the one who took half of everything. The guys that are upset are guys that thought they married women who profess traditional values, but then 7 years into the marriage, suddenly was not the same person that you married and had blue hair under the wig the whole time, but you didn't know. That's who the guys are having problems with. I mean, hell, I'd even argue that if you married a blue-haired feminist, she'd probably be more likely to pay half the bills at least. Otherwise, she'd feel insulted, and it would be less of a hard time. So they're going on what Coach, shout out to Coach Greg Adams, has told us is the hope strategy. So that, again, they have nothing new. It's like, what will it take for them to say, you know what, we're going to change paternity laws. We're going to change the way child support or spousal support works. Robert Spencer says Crowder was totally for marriage. He was, but, now you can find clips of him saying, all right, I hear you guys.
In the next 5 years, again, the system is still the same. Women can still wreck men in family court. So why would it be any different the next generation?
Exactly.
I mean, you can say what you want in the dating phase, and there's many women that do. I interview the husbands on the other side. They say one thing and they do another 5 to 7 years in family court.
I'm just saying
5 to 7 years. Yep, exactly. Perfect. That was an excellent rebuttal to that.
It's going down.
So the only reason it's going down is because
not many people are getting married.
COVID set the numbers off.
But look,
that's one, and the average time.
That's an excellent point. Even for the child support court, when COVID happened, the courts were shut down for a while because of all the restrictions and stuff like that.
Before marriage is going up.
And nobody's getting married anymore.
And no one's getting married.
Yeah, but no one getting married wouldn't affect the divorce rates.
Law, morals, none of it matters in the mathematic argument. If it is true that even if there's still going to be high rates of divorce, the fact that men are becoming more conservative, this is going to apply a pressure that over a long period of time there will be attrition away.
What is the pressure if there's no platform? If the men are going to run towards conservatism for some sort of, bastion or somewhere to have some hope, the conservative leadership needs to present a platform that ensures that these guys stay and that these guys want to participate in the vote. But they need to present some kind of legal platform, something that they're fighting for that changes these laws. And they're not doing that yet.
From divorce and abortion and all of these things. They'll still exist. They'll still exist for a while. But over a long enough period of time, if the math is trending this direction, even if it's 0.1%, this is why casinos make money. Yeah. Most of these games are 49, if the casino has a 50.5% chance to win to your 49.5, they don't care if they lose $1,000 because over the long enough period of time, they make money no matter what.
Yeah, I just think that's selling dreams. Okay, guess. 10 years from now, are there going to be more single mothers or less single mothers? Guess. More or less?
More.
In 10 years, more.
Okay. In 10 years.
Shout out to Dan the man. Appreciate you being in here. The whole women will follow only or conform to the man. It's only true if the woman is a good woman. A bad woman will never reform. Well, yeah, I mean, that's where the bait and switch comes in. And I'd also add to that is that only works where the man actually has authority. What they're doing is they're selling, well, if you have masculine frame, if you are a leader, if you're alpha, she will submit. But it's that's where I like Coach so much because he goes in with the high value target thing. And when I worked at child support, I saw the same thing. They just see a bigger fish to fry. And when the time is right, when you're vulnerable, no amount of masculine frame is going to help that. But the men cannot lead properly if they don't actually have legal authority to lead. If the woman can run towards the courts and completely subvert his decision making, then it's just not going to work. So it doesn't matter how good the man is. Yes, exactly. And we've seen good men get taken down time and time again.
In 10 years time, wait, I want to go through.
It's not going to happen, like you said, in our lifetime.
Correct.
It's not going to be corrected that quickly. But
exactly, it's not going to be. And this is where men have to figure out how do I move in today's society to best mitigate divorce. Bezos was not. Tom Brady was not alpha enough. There's a lot of guys you can point to that are even look alpha that are. Jason Momoa just got divorced. Now, I think his ex-wife now was pretty kind in the sense that there's no child support. There's no he hurt me story. The divorce was at least clean. So I do want to give her that respect. But even Jason Momoa was not alpha enough. I mean, there's so many people you can point to.
This I think will accelerate because men are realizing they don't have to play these games and they don't have to participate in the system. And I think one of the biggest problems that we have, and Lauren talked with my husband about this, is the fact that throughout all of human history, marriage used to be a contract between two families. It had sacramental and religious and spiritual significance. It's a contract through the state. It's a license you get at your county. That's 100 years old.
The contract also involves the dowry.
This is a very new idea. It failed miserably. We shouldn't be surprised that everyone's getting divorced because who cares about your silly contract through this? It's like a roommate agreement. It's easier to get out of than a cell phone contract.
The economic incentive is not there. I still need to make that dowry video. I apologize for not making that. But when you learn about the history of dowry, especially, in a bunch of different societies, but particularly in Europe, the higher, they call it heterogeneity, but if there's income heterogeneity, meaning some guys make barely enough money and some guys make a lot of money, the way that affects the market is that if a woman wants to marry a high value man, the way she should do that, or her family should do that for her, is by sweetening the deal to say, listen, you're a very successful individual and we want you to marry our daughter. Here's what our family has to offer you in order for us to conjoin families. And that is how it worked for a long time. Nowadays, women are like, I went out with him for 2 years and he just pumped and dumped me. Why didn't he want to stay? And it's like, you're not selling it to them. Women don't come up nowadays and say, listen, I'm 27. I want to settle down now. I got my degree. I've been working for a few years. I got $100,000 sitting here. Let's put that together with your $100,000 and we'll have a down payment on a house. We'll figure this out. It's not that. It's about, them wanting you to pay for everything and them doing nothing. Robert Spencer says it's easier to get out of than a cell phone contract.
It's easier.
Meaningless.
It is easier to get out of a marriage than it is to get out of a lease.
It is.
How
It
insane.
really is.
For women.
Yeah.
Well, right.
Yes, there you go.
I
Exactly.
think another
Thank
thing
you,
you're going to
Pearl.
see, another trend we're going to see, because men are going back to religion as well at a higher rate than women. Like serious traditional churches are seeing a huge influx. Like the Orthodox Church, I think 80% of our new converts are like young men.
That's great.
Women are going to like Wicca and astrology and all this garbage nonsense. But men are going back to like the traditional churches. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to say, I will marry you through my church. We will have an ecclesiastical marriage where
Or a covenant marriage.
our church and our community kind of govern the terms
Right.
and enforce the contract rather than just going through the
Yeah,
state.
I just wouldn't predict it because even if you do that, you can't out religion the state. At the end of the day,
The state's still involved. If you get a covenant marriage right now, basically this is the way it works. And even myself, like if it's like, all right, I'm going to walk through the fire one day, I would get the religious ceremony, but cohabitation basically is what's going to bring the arm of the state in there. But child support operates outside of the marriage contract. So it doesn't matter if you're married or not. Child support can always happen. And custody operates outside of the marriage contract also. It's its own thing. So you'd still have to fight for custody and all that. But paternity works now also outside of the marriage contract. It used to be, one of the benefits for men used to be if you get married through the contract, you have legal paternal rights over that child that's born from your wife. And that was the benefit. And that's important for heirship and all these kinds of things. But now that so many women have been having kids out of wedlock, they've had to create a new program called the Voluntary Declaration of Paternity, or an acknowledgement of paternity. There's different words. There are different names for it. But if you're at the hospital and you're unmarried, all you got to do is sign this document. It gets filed with the state, and it's just as if a judge said you were that child's father. So you can get paternity rights outside of a marriage. And it's just yet another thing that has weakened the value of the state contract. So if you don't get the contract, you can still get paternity rights. You'd still have to fight for custody just the same, but you don't have to worry about spousal support. You don't have to worry about losing half of your retirement. You don't have to worry about losing your property and all that other annoying stuff. It's literally just child support and then fighting for custody. You're good. So it's like the state contract that's so useless at this point. It only helps women. Awesome parenting. Hey, welcome in. Appreciate you for watching. Sean, I'm in Sacramento, a decent public speaker, teacher of sorts. Are you interested in a duo podcast? like Fresh and Fit, but more your tone and Pearls. Think we could be on a good show. Let me know. Yeah, I'm open to the idea, and I'll be honest. It's all time dependent. So some kind of podcast like that would require some kind of dedication to make sure we do it each and every day. But I'm open to a lot of things, and I like meeting people and talking. But I don't want to promise you and say yes, and my schedule doesn't allow for it or something like that. But that's cool, man. Shout out to Sacramento.
State is still the enforcement arm, and if you have children in this country, they're not yours.
The state doesn't matter. All that matters is cultural enforcement. That's why.
No, it does.
Nope. The state does matter. Financially speaking, it does matter.
Matter.
That's
It
why
does
it's
matter.
like in Boston, for instance, it's illegal to put a pie on your windowsill on Sunday, but everybody does. There are a bunch of blue laws that exist on the books but are never enforced.
Right.
It's because people fear more social than they do legal. For instance, why are criminal?
Man, listen, I kind of get the spirit of what he's saying, but it's just not the facts on the ground.
Still going around raping and murdering and shooting despite the death penalty. They don't care. But why is it that cancel culture dramatically shifted major parts of our market for the past 10 years, only up until now? Why did Target abandon, in many of their locations, the Pride section? Cultural enforcement is stronger. When you have people who grow up in a rural community going to church, and that there's a man and a woman, and they think to themselves, if we get divorced, it is going to cause major cultural problems for us at church, at community, and our bake sales, in the fire department. We can't live with that. We have to deal with it. The pressure is on them.
That works when everybody owns land and they got the family farm, and you're just part of this community. That works when the economics are there to make that work. But if you're in the big cities and, both of you guys have to work, property is expensive, there's just all these other factors that unfortunately don't allow that very idyllic scenario to be the case.
If you're in a big city, perhaps yes, but cultural enforcement dictates how people behave. If they could pass a law, and as long as there were cops.
I got a lot of trust in what Pearl's about to say here in response.
In Seattle, Antifa was threatening a guy. The guy's backing up, and he's like pointing at him as he backs away. Cops jump out of their car, arrest the victim. Why? Because the social order in Seattle and Portland is we do not take action against the far left mobs. So the cops' mentality is, if I go after the protesters, I'm going to get into a...
I don't think this exactly relates to family law. I'm trying to hear him out. I think he's just kind of falling back into the stuff he usually talks about here, but that's okay. I really got to just be patient. And
fight. People are going to get mad at me, and then I'll be on the news as attacking peaceful protesters. Just arrest the victim, and it all stops.
But there is no cultural enforcement that shames women for doing that. I can even look at conservatives. I mean, I have a list here of all the conservatives that are divorced. It's not, look at how we handled the Crowder situation. Look at Lauren Southern. She just got an
Okay, so now we're getting into Steven Crowder, it seems like.
Article written about her poor divorce story. There's no shame, even from conservatives, for divorce.
This woman could just also leave the small town, as many of them do. Yeah, most of them do that. And, economically, if they go to the city, like, their chance of meeting some quote-unquote rich guy or whatever is probably going to be higher. They can act however they want. A says, welcome in A. LOL, Timmy is like Bill Maher. The light is flickering. They almost get there, but then the light bulb just doesn't stay on. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're almost there. It's like if you could just hold their hand across this like one more hump, like that one little puddle, they would be there. It is kind of fascinating to watch.
I think the movement for like abolishing no-fault divorce, though, I think it is gaining traction. I'm hearing about it more and more, and it's partly due to people like you, but I think there are more and more conservatives who weren't really thinking about this. It's not like they supported it.
See, that's the part that's funny to me, and that's the part I always point out. It's like, now that the red pill guys are making all this noise, and frankly, the TradCon people still aren't really giving it that much attention. She's kind of blowing this up here. I haven't heard nobody talking about bringing back at-fault divorce that's a conservative. But even in the that sort of round table that the Daily Wire had when Jeremy Boring was like, oh, we should start a think tank. I'll put $1 million in and you'll put $1 million in. And it's like, why is it now in 2024 you guys are suddenly deciding to think about this? But from 1969 all the way up until, the end of 2023, this was never on your radar. That's why I don't buy them until I see an actual platform that a politician has that they're putting out there that makes sense. I just can't take it seriously.
That it just wasn't on their radar, and I think it's starting to become part of the conversation where, hey, maybe we should talk about this in a way that 10 years ago it wasn't even being mentioned. So I'm actually somewhat hopeful that maybe in the future we could do something about that. I think that is a meaningful change that we could make that would, again, I'm not advocating for state marriage, but for those of people who do care about government marriage but are concerned about that, I think that actually is something we could change.
And then there's a whole argument of like why no fault divorce went away in the first place. With birth control and the sexual revolution and all these things, the courts were having to deal with way more divorces than they ever had to, and the courts just could not handle them, and it cost so much money, and there were so many people lying, and there was so much collusion going on. The husband and the wife that wanted to get divorced would hire a private investigator to take pictures of the husband with some random woman, and they were both in this together so that they can together go show the courts, like, here's the evidence, give us our divorce now. So it was all, it was at fault divorce kind of in name only, because there was so much collusion. It was such a waste of money. It was such a waste of the court's time to process this. They're like, F it, we'll just do no fault divorce, because we're kind of functionally a no fault divorce society anyways, since everyone's in the courtroom, the lawyers, the man and the woman, even the judge sometimes are all lying together to just do this song and dance to just push the divorce through. Then some states like California made it easier, and you had this thing called state shopping. So if you live in like, I don't know, Iowa or somewhere, and you're like, damn it, we really want to get divorced, but Iowa won't let me. Screw it. Let's just go to California, stay there for some minimum amount of time to become residents. Then we'll get our divorce and we'll be on our merry way. So it's like this dream of going back to at-fault divorce is highly unlikely. Klaus says Sexton said it was too much hassle to find the fault in the divorce. So how should this work out? It just wouldn't. It wouldn't. I don't think it would. I mean, we're just way past that. And everybody having a cell phone and all this thing, and it's just the fake domestic violence claims would be going through the roof. I do think at-fault divorce is good. I think it's a system that made sense. There's unfortunately a lot of practical issues with it, though, especially in our day and age. I still think it costs society less. Yeah, I agree with you, Robert. I mean, I think if I was going to get married, I'd rather it be an at-fault system. At least if it's more of a pain in the ass, then it's probably less likely to happen. So yeah, I mean, it's just if they reround the clock and put it just back how it was, they need to find a way to streamline it or make it cheaper somehow.
Yeah, I think it sounds. I hate to be a pessimist. I just don't see any evidence that's happening. That's we could say we want that to happen, but it's not.
There is no evidence. Where are the platforms? Where are the conservative platforms? Why has Trump not said anything? Where are all the big politicians at? Why are they not asking for this? Instead, they just focus on abortion, which is almost like a red herring at this point.
Like a wish list,
I have a question. What is the number one podcast among women?
That's a good question.
Probably some murder one.
Probably call her Daddy.
Yeah,
That's got to be because they were close. They were close to Joe Rogan.
And what do they talk about on that show?
Sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
how to give proper blowjobs.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild because
I think I might have heard of that podcast, but I've never actually listened to it myself.
Just got married. That's a crazy thing.
I was thinking about this because it is largely true crime. Women listen to a lot of murder mysteries. But I think was it Call Her Daddy?
Yeah.
And it's like kind of vapid, degenerate sex talk. And what do guys listen to? No question, it's Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yeah.
And what does Joe Rogan talk about?
Protein, MMA. My husband loves Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
He talks about bow and arrows and hunting and DMT. Man, I will always be a huge Joe Rogan fan. I gotta show it to you. It's in my drawer. But I have a picture with Joe Rogan because I saw him after a comedy show in Sacramento back in 2013, and this was like right as he was starting to like blow up too. Like this is like right before the podcast really took off. So he was still. I didn't even pay extra. I only paid like $50 for the seat, but he would still wait after the show and you could shake his hand and talk to him. And he took a picture with me and he also signed a dollar bill. So I still have that dollar bill. Joe Rogan's so cool.
And cultural news and political news.
Yeah.
And so I bring that up because I'm willing to bet the majority of people listening to this show right now are dudes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because on like on YouTube, my audience is probably for my political channel around 80% male, and that I was excited when I started my pop culture entertainment channel. I was like, finally, like, I can have more girl audiences because we're just talking about movies. No, 95% male. So I don't know. I guess I'm not talking about the right movies.
Yeah.
Or the right activities.
Yeah, so I had a question with the Crowder case. I told you I was going to bring this up. Why, you said on stream there's some information behind the scenes.
Oh, okay. So they're gonna get deep into the Crowder thing. This should be interesting.
But if you're willing to say, this vague stuff, like what is it?
So officially my stance is, aside from what I've already said, Crowder and I currently work for, and he used to work for Blaze TV. We do actually have, some NDAs and non-disparagements, so I will not be commenting further. And
All right, yeah. So she's taking the easy way out here. There's an NDA, blah blah blah. It's an excuse to be quiet. We still haven't heard from the other woman. I mean, she's been kind of quiet for a bit. Dan the Man says, I think we should go back to no-fault divorce. I think you might have meant at-fault divorce, but I think we should go back to no-fault divorce and maybe add a two-party divorce where both parties must agree to it. If it takes two to enter it, it should take two to leave. I think I see what you mean. Like some kind of modified, so go back to at-fault, but put a special stipulation in there. Or just make it so if both parties agree that it's no fault, that they can then pursue that. So as long as both parties consent to a no fault, then it should be okay, and that should save a bunch of time. I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, I think that's pretty good. That is something I thought about also. I'm trying to think about, because I did a video where I asked James Sexton a question very similar to this. And I don't even know if he answered it fully or not, but he basically just launched into why at-fault's bad. But the problem is, well, my idea was whoever asked for the no fault is forfeiting their claim on the assets. So you're someone who's like, I'm sick of this. I'm not happy. That's the Coach Greg Adam, I'm not happy sound effect. And you're like, okay, you can leave because we're not going to, you don't consent to be here, but you're forfeiting custody. You're forfeiting, you're giving up, waiving spousal support. You're forfeiting the rights to the marital home, all these kinds of things. The problem is in that situation, they would still want those things, so then they would still conjure up some at-fault story, and then you would get back into the at-fault thing. I do think if we ever went to at-fault, we should give people the right to both consent to divorce, and that was not there in the beginning, because at-fault was really designed to make it hard to divorce so people would stay married. That's really what it was about. No fault was all about facilitating divorce, but it's unilateral, meaning only one person has to file for it and they can get it. But prior to that, even if both parties wanted to, they couldn't. And the judge is like, too bad. Unless somebody cheated on somebody, you guys are staying together. So if we went back to at-fault, I do believe in people. If two people are like, we don't want to stay married, can we please get divorced? I would go for that.
I know that's frustrating, but that's why I'm not.
But then why did you make
I'm on Crowder's side.
Yeah, but why did you make 5 videos on it if you're going to say now I can't comment?
Oh, I can't comment.
Oh, dang. Yeah. So I think Lauren Chen was one of the ones who really went. There were a few people who went after Steven Crowder pretty hard when that footage leaked. Like Candace Owens I think Candace Owens kind of led the charge there. But then a lot of conservative media just kind of started ripping him apart like a piranha does.
Comment on what is not publicly available.
Okay.
I can talk about what publicly is out there.
Okay. So publicly, Hillary on video said he wasn't abusive. Why was that not reported on?
About him not being abusive?
Yeah, it was on video.
I mean,
And so,
I have problems with
you
the
had
way
something where you alluded in your video on him that he was abusive after you played the clip of him talking to his wife. So my question is, if you're going to report on that, why did you not report on the video of her saying he wasn't?
He wasn't abusive.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question. And it's an important thing, and it's something conservative media, I think, more so than liberal progressive side would complain about, right? Like if somebody gets canceled and they were wrongly canceled, they're always mad because like the big media people never follow up and say, hey, we were wrong about this. This was actually the case. This person didn't do domestic violence, or it's not as made a big deal of. And here she is kind of doing that same thing, because she launches at Steven Crowder saying he's a horrible person, but then she never follows up when new evidence comes out that he actually wasn't abusive. So Pearl is really asking a question here, so let's see what she says.
Which video you're talking about? Was the one that I recently did with Jared?
It was no, not the one where you did with Jared. I'm saying there was video of Hillary Crowder saying that Stephen was not abusive, and all of the conservatives were super willing to throw him under the bus the last year, make a ton of money off of it, except for Tim. Except for Tim, you were the only one who I thought was fair. I really did. I have never been so disappointed in conservatives, because
there with Stephen, and I think with Stephen, like if it were just his divorce, wouldn't have talked about it, but he is someone who's in this industry who has a pattern of basically blowing up personal relationships. And I think
but that doesn't make him an abuser, right? You can be an asshole, but that doesn't make you abusive.
I definitely don't think
that's an interesting thing. I think Pearl has a point. I mean, if evidence came out that refutes whatever the initial stories were about him, and Lauren Chen, was one of these hungry wolves that really went after Steven Crowder, it's messed up if she doesn't circle back and say, hey, I was wrong about that. Awesome Parenting says, my ex-wife divorced me through SAT court a few years ago. My daughter and I both wanted her to be here. She still does, and is trying to work up the courage to tell her and the courts how she feels. Wow, man, yeah, I mean, again, that's something that is not uncommon here. And I imagine when you say work up the courage, you're talking about your daughter actually having to go in there and discuss that in family law court, which is unfortunate that she even has to do that. But yeah, I mean, see, that's a situation where the wife just up and goes one day, and if you're the provider, you're still on the hook for paying her. But really what the courts should say is that, hey, this is the marital home. You left the husband and the daughter. There's no fault that's been committed. You don't get spousal. You don't get any rights or dibs on, you don't get first dibs on custody. You don't get half the marital home value. You don't get half of Awesome Parenting's retirement and all these other things. So, Robert Spencer, I like the idea of divorce having the same negative connotations as abuse. Dan the Man, all conservatives attacked Stephen, even Lauren. Some conservatives did circle back with more evidence came out, but most of them didn't. Okay, yeah, so it sounds like you've been following those commentators more so. So it sounds like, I mean, she's probably right to call out Lauren. I don't really follow Lauren, so I don't know if she did or didn't, but it sounds like she did, because she's not denying it right now. Not that much, so she did cover it. That's good some of them came back. I would personally like to see Candace Owens do it. Maybe Candace Owens did, because I don't really follow her either. But I think she was kind of the leader, and I think she was the first to report on the ring footage. So if new evidence came out that refuted that, I think Candace definitely should come out and say something. To this day, most conservatives still think Stephen is a monster. Yeah, and I mean, there's probably not much he can say, because since there's ongoing court litigation, he probably can't. And again, like, maybe Steven Crowder has some problems. I haven't really watched Steven Crowder in a long time. I remember when he was doing the Change My Mind thing, and the last thing I really remember about Steven Crowder was he was at some college campus, and there was this young kid named like Hassan or something, and they got into this debate, and Steven Crowder lost the debate against this young kid, and it was hilarious, and all the comments even ripped him. It's still on his channel. I got to give him credit for leaving it on his channel. And I think it was a young early, before Nick Fuentes became who Nick Fuentes was, he did a follow-up interview with this Hassan kid, because Steven Crowder took the mic away from him and really treated this kid badly and unfairly towards the end of the debate because he was losing it. It was really, so I know Steven Crowder could be kind of I guess you could say a jerk sometimes. I followed, Crowder did nothing wrong other than not being funny. I followed most of them. Candace hasn't changed her mind. Okay, yeah, so Candace hasn't apologized.
He's like physically abusive or anything like that.
Well, yeah, but you alluded that he was like you said that he was abusing his wife in that clip. So if she has a clip that says, hey, he's not, I would think, oh, wow, all the conservatives You guys would be the first to report, except for Tim. He was the only one who did. And it's like, you were willing to make video.
Yeah, well, if are you asking like the ring cam footage about him?
No,
talking
it
to his
was
wife?
video of his wife in court, and she said he was not abusive. This is on camera. The nanny also testified not
Well,
abusive.
I think my video specifically was about the nanny footage, which I mean, to tell your spouse that you do not love them, I do think that's, emotionally abusive.
Well, I wouldn't say that's
See, this is probably going to get into an argument of like biblical patriarchy, possibly, but we'll see. I don't know that. I can't say. Let's see.
emotionally abusive. And because he says, you do not show me love. And what he was referring to in the video, if you really listen, pay attention, and there was a clip cut out, was that she was not showing him love because she didn't listen to him. And it's like trad wives. Why
Yeah, see, this is getting into kind of biblical thing because, biblically speaking, the wife is commanded to submit to the husband. And in the video, he's just like, I don't want you to take the car or whatever. And she's arguing with him. And why they have one car, I don't know. Why he couldn't just Uber some groceries, I don't know. But whatever.
the question? Why didn't you walk the dog like you were told?
Yeah.
But
If you're
Again,
really,
there's a lot to do with the whole Steven Crowder situation that I'm just not going to comment on. Like,
See, this is such a cop-out because she could comment on the stuff she's already been done, talked about, made 5 videos about, apparently. But, it's like she's sitting here getting grilled. This other lady that's supposed to be her partner is a huge disappointment. I mean, so far. I know we got a little bit more time on this, but that would be her cue to jump in and maybe try to help out her partner here, but I guess they're not on a team.
but you were willing to publicly make video after video after video
about what was publicly available.
So is the nanny footage.
Yep, the nanny footage and the wife saying that's publicly available.
So is why don't?
Quick question.
Go ahead.
Isn't it confirmed that I could be wrong about this, that Crowder's wife deleted a bunch of footage from
Over 100. That's important, you would think.
Yeah, that's
conservatives.
So actually, Justice Warrior did this whole breakdown about it. That's something that Crowder's
Why is she commenting? I thought she's not supposed to be commenting. She's got an NDA.
team is alleging, but I don't know if the court itself has verified or backed it up at this point.
And I'll tell you why I knew it was full of shit.
When it comes to trying to rebuff one of her points, then suddenly commenting on it's totally okay.
I first heard it because I've interviewed so many men that have gone through the same exact thing, and what women do is they poison the well for years. So they'll go around to all of his friends and drop little tidbits of abuse. Now the common ones are emotional abuse, physical abuse, some throw in the pedo accusation. That's devastating to men. That's a devastating one. They'll say it about their family, so they'll do this for years. Then when they come out and say he's abusive, they have all of these people ready to back them up in white knight. And then typically what you get is an out of context clip that they throw out there. And so I knew what was happening when I first saw the video.
And you can tell from her Twitter that she's obviously a crazy woman. And I personally think emotional abuse is a myth. I know you said
I agree with you on
seem
that.
to have a different perspective. Would you think emotional abuse is a valid reason to have a divorce if you support no fault divorce?
No, but something can be.
Okay, see what? But this doesn't square with her opinions and what her actions. Following the initial Steven Crowder ring footage leak.
Unacceptable.
And I guess that's not her partner because she's not coming to the rescue.
Behavior though, still within a marriage. Absolutely.
But who are you to tell a man how to speak to his wife in his house? Isn't that out of order?
Oh, beautiful.
I mean, you do that all the time. You call other men simps all the time.
But I don't tell them how to talk to their wife. That's your business.
That is absolutely not true.
Okay,
there are
name it. Go ahead.
For sure. There are tons of times where there will
ones?
be actual men in your comments saying disagree,
and
you call them simps.
When I say simps, it typically means out of order. So typically when I say that, I'm referring to a pattern of behavior where they're putting women on a pedestal. That's typically what I'm describing.
But you'll say that about specific men.
But we're going to the what about. You're changing the topic.
No,
who
this
are
is
you?
the same topic.
No. It's a different because
it's the same topic.
my original question is, who are you to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his home?
Well, I don't.
Do you think you should be able to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his house?
I think that men should conduct themselves with biblical standards when it comes to.
See, this is a problem because that takes away the authority. That changes their authority hierarchy. If it goes God, the husband, the wife, and then the children. The way Lauren's describing it is it's saying that the women are the ones who are able to determine what this biblical value system looks like and when the guy is stepping out of bounds. But really, she's still supposed to be submitting to him regardless, and then he's supposed to be checked by the greater community more so. So it's a subversion of authority. Dan Robert says, I love how much of a bulldog Pearl is. She takes no guff. Yeah, she's doing great in this debate. Dan the Man, Lauren definitely cop. Yeah, she's dodging. Awesome parenting. What's your public email? Let's do a Zoom call sometime if you decide you want to talk about the idea. My name's Jason. A pleasure to meet you, Jason. Let me just get that. You know, it's actually on my YouTube channel in the description. Here, I'll pull that up just to show the folks. Sometimes people will send me things into this email, and it helps me. Like, sometimes people will share stories. I do like when people share stories and stuff. I keep it anonymous, but it's nice to just talk about stuff and share things. Let me just get to the channel real quick. Whew. Where the hell? Oh, is it in community? Where's the about? Ah, here it is, right here. Right there. This is Shaw Official. Oh, damn it. At gmail.com. Let me just copy that. I'm just going to put it in the chat for you. Paste. There you go, man. Ah, crap. Well, that's what it is. The YouTube's being weird. All right, let me get back to this. Yeah, Pearl's doing a good job. Dan the Man. From what I have seen, some conservative men changed their minds on Stephen, but all conservative women still believe Hillary despite the evidence. I'm not sure why. Just text them naked picture. That's a good question. I mean, I think it's because they don't want to give up power in that situation. If they have to admit that, like, if they don't back her in this situation, it's almost like they're giving up their ability to do the same thing if they deem it appropriate.
Answer my question. Do you think it's your place to tell men how to talk to their wives in their home? Answer yes or no.
I think it is perfectly reasonable to say that a man should hold himself to a Christian standard in the home.
Okay, so you do think it's your place. And this is what I mean when I say a lot of conservative women aren't really conservative.
It's true. Well, what it ends up being is woman sad, man mean.
This is going to be the undercover feminist thing.
Woman sad, man bad.
Because you're first, from a biblical point of view, you are supposed to be obedient to your husband in all things. So before conservative women will talk about the disobedience, their first thing is their tone.
Yes, the tone policing.
That's
super
before,
out of control.
But they never. And I
right.
can show this because there is video after video after video. Not a single conservative woman said, "Oh, hey, she didn't listen to her husband." Mm-hmm. Not one. Not one. That's crazy to me. And then we want to say, like, you know, men, go get married to conservative women. Most of them aren't really conservative.
Let's bring up the Lauren Southern story, because I think this was actually a big component of Lauren's story. This article was written, I think it was Unheard. It was written by a woman who got divorced. And in the story, I think one of the issues was Lauren realizing that just being this obedient, good wife to this man wasn't working. He kept threatening to divorce her, and it seemed like nothing was working. That was her. I believe that was her
side of the story.
For sure.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, that sounds awfully one-sided, but all right, let's just go with it.
And so,
from what I've seen, okay, yeah, sorry.
I doubt it.
But
you were just okay. Let me get this straight. Okay, so nobody asked question. You were this perfect angel. You were a perfect angel. All you did was listen to your husband, and then he threatened to divorce you all the time. Do you guys hear these stories? You believe this? Come on.
But that's why I mentioned biblical patriarchy. Lauren talks about how even before they were married, he would do things like leave for days on end, like not talk to her. There were red flags.
Why did he leave?
That's a strange thing. About Osper says, about Steven and those Daily Wire dudes, I really enjoy their commentary on every other topic, but Red Pill, how Michael Knowles talked to Pearl was ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people do appreciate a lot of their other content. I think everybody enjoyed Matt Walsh's What is a Woman thing, and there's a lot of stuff that came out of that. It's just unfortunate that they would refuse to see it from, you know, the guys on the other side of the fence who got screwed over by the system, and they try to just sweep that under the rug, or almost say, like, you deserve it because you didn't adhere 100% to our version of, whatever their religious ethics are. And it does get a little tiresome. It's like, at least try to act like you care about making the system more fair. That's the part that gets me. Even if they're like, well, you shouldn't have did this, you wouldn't have ended up here. At least look at the glaring problems in the system and try to do something about it. But they don't do that. They're just ideologues.
That's what we never talk about. A lot of times when men leave, it is because there is a negative behavior that we don't talk about. Why? For example, what if she cheated? I'm not saying she did. I don't know. What if she cheated? Would that be an acceptable reason for him to leave for 3 days?
I know, but
we don't know.
Point
We don't know
is,
because
even if that is a red
she gets
flag,
an article.
you have a
She gets an
responsibility as a
article.
woman to choose
Sure.
someone, to choose a strong leader for yourself. So if you're going into this 4 months and you're already seeing red flags, it's not trad to say, I will marry him anyway. Like, I've not seen Christian dating accounts say, ignore all the red flags.
Are they a Christian couple though?
I think he is.
Is she Christian?
Catholic.
Like, what are we?
Yeah. So, but my point is that I like Lauren, but she was kind of portraying as, this is why my trad relationship didn't work out. I don't think it was a trad relationship.
Yeah,
like, I look at that.
No,
and
that's my point. Even trad women do not behave trad.
But what is
that is
what
that
is
is,
what
so
would
when
you
I
say?
say traditional is family first above all. The family comes first before me.
But I think maybe there's a bias in the system because the women that we hear about are prominent political commentators.
Right.
They're working women.
Yes.
The traditional mothers don't go on. This is a really good point in terms of the rise of feminism as a whole. All these news articles and these columnists, these women writing about what women should or shouldn't do, are not traditional mothers. They're working women in offices, so they have this natural bias. My life is good and everything I'm doing is correct. And then the women who are like, my family matters more than anything else, and I'm not concerned about what's going on outside this house. What matters inside this house is my thing. She's not writing these articles. We're not hearing her perspective.
Well, I mean, I don't call myself traditional or conservative because I'm like, whose tradition, what tradition? That's very vague, very nebulous. And conservative, we haven't conserved anything. There's nothing that's been conserved.
There you go. That's true. Robert says, you didn't choose the right woman. Yeah, that's the pick. You didn't pick the right one. That's the Hope strategy. Standing next to his third wife. Oh, I always forget about that. Andrew Clavin has been divorced like 3 times. So that doesn't help. I heard from Andrew Wilson that Lauren Southern slept with Destiny. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I think I've seen rumors about that, but sometimes, that may or may not be true. Clavin has only been married once and still married to the same woman. Okay, so... Damn it. See, now that's going to bother me. I'm sorry. I got to look that up. Maybe you're right. Andrew Clavin? Because I actually never verified that myself. I just heard about it. And of course, the first place I go to is Wikipedia. So Ellen Flanagan, he was married from 1980 to present. I mean, it lists only one person, so maybe he was only married to one person. So that could be the case, Robert. I don't know, unless I'm wrong or the wiki's wrong. It doesn't list anybody else, so I don't know. You know what I mean? All right. Shit. Oh, damn it.
So I spent 20 years raising a family before I started doing this, and I kind of got into it by accident. I wrote this little book thinking maybe my dad would read it and maybe my grandkids would read it, and it just kind of blew up.
Now you're killing it.
So now here I am. But I have 5 children. I've homeschooled them. Like, I spent 20 years in my house, in my kitchen, chained to the stove. No, I'm just kidding. Doing all of that before I started making commentary on this sort of thing. And yes, I'm sorry, but if you have a whole career outside of your marriage, that complicates things. Women don't want to talk about that, about how difficult it is when you are over here trying to hustle for your career and, you have goals that are not related to your family and antithetical to your family.
Andrew Wilson asked Destiny, I'm sorry, there's a couple more. Asked Destiny if he slept with Lauren Southern, and Destiny said that's personal information. Wow. So he didn't deny it. That'd be funny if, a conservative commentator just with someone way on the opposite end of the political spectrum. That'd be funny. Black helicopter theory I have. These rich people just want me to get married so we have kids for their future work. For the labor force. You know, a lot of people are pretty, like, they get pissed off with immigration, and that's one of, like, the conservatives' biggest talking point. And I get it. I think anybody should be upset about illegal immigration because, you know, legal is one thing, but illegal is a whole different thing. But I think, like, the corporations and politicians, like, if they wanted to secure the border, they would have. And they just turn a blind eye because they just want people to be in the labor force, to work jobs, to help the economy go. And it's like, if you think about it, even when I was at child support, I mean, we'd have cases with undocumented individuals, and a lot of times they'd have their, you know, an ITIN number, and like there's literally stuff like that for them to be able to work. But even more so, we used to have this thing about Social Security fraud. So sometimes we'd have like an undocumented person, but if I looked in the computer, I can see income porting in from a different Social Security number. And it wasn't theirs. Like, it was another name associated with it. So some companies somehow get other people's Social Securities or deceased Social Security numbers to give to the illegal immigrants to be able to do taxes or whatever for them and get their, like, if they were legitimate. But it messes the system on our end. So we'd have to go in there and mark it fraudulent. But it's stuff like that that makes me think, like, they want way more even illegal immigration to come in. And to me, it's just downstream of the family problem. If families aren't having 4, 5, 6 kids, the corporate interests are like, damn it, like, we need to replenish the workforce. So they want people to come in so that they can keep making money. I don't think it's that, like, crazy of a theory. Awesome parenting. No, y'all are confusing Clavin with Prager. I saw Dennis Prager has been married 3 times. That's possible. Why would he? I claim to have slept with Lauren as well, if I can get away with it. I did hear that claim about Andrew Clavin too. I did hear it. I don't think Robert's completely out of left field, but I'd have to verify that. Maybe it is true. Maybe it is true. I don't know why, but I'd have to double check. But I don't want to doubt you. Hey, I mean, you're probably right. I don't know where. I heard that from somewhere, but it could be wrong. I'd claim to have slept with Lauren as well, if I can get away with it.
How that is going to interrupt your family life and your marriage.
I want to trigger as many feminists as possible, so I'm going to get into this.
Let's go.
Get to this point. So there was a bunch of data that was released by, like, dating websites on the societal value of men and women. And I think it was OkCupid, something like 20 years ago or 15 years ago, showing that societal value tracked among, like, the willingness of people to interact with each other. Women start their whole lives from 0 through all their teen years at 100% societal value. They're protected, they're offered opportunities, they have easier time getting entry-level jobs, and men start at 0.
Yes.
Young men are considered unskilled, non-valuable, break rocks.
Disposable. I think the word he's looking for is disposable.
Kid, earn your place. And then around the mid-20s, a shift starts happening where women start to experience a decline in social value while men experience an incline.
Yep.
Men are becoming more skilled and more valuable as they become stronger and more capable. And not even all men, only a small percentage of them. Whereas as women age, society values them less and less for the obvious reason of the intrinsic value society had was the ability to have kids. This results in, if your whole life, everyone around you is saying you are the best.
To be able to have kids and actually instill your values into those kids and not have the kids taken from you and used as a pawn in order to steal your labors from you.
And then one day you start hearing everyone say you're not so great and men are better. Yeah. You start to feel like something's being taken away from you.
Yes.
And so one of the hypotheses I have is that for the average guy who grows up in the gutter, is more likely to be homeless, more likely to be a victim of crime, less likely to get entry-level jobs, much, much harder at a younger age to get a job than women in their teenage years. These guys are like, man, it's rough. Now they're 26 and they're like, life is finally getting good.
Yes! Oh shit! Theron Frostbeard just subscribed. Oh, that's my Twitch notification. Yo, thanks for the subscription, Theron. I appreciate that. Yo, Theron, I know we still got to figure out a time. I'm good anytime tomorrow. I'm down. I do got to test my Nintendo Switch and make sure it's updated. But we're going to make it happen, man. So just message me on Discord, whatever time you're good for. You want to do morning? That's cool. Evening? That's cool too. And no worries. It's all good, man. Thank you for the sub.
They're tolerant of the crap. They're used to things being cruddy. And so now they're kind of comfortable. They start hearing women say, man, it's not fair. I'm having these things taken away from me. And the guy thinks, this is the least concerning thing I have ever had to deal with in my life. But that then confers to the men saying, sure, fine, whatever, I don't care. I don't care if you're going to do X, Y, or Z, or the law says this.
See, right there, that problem, this is where a dowry mindset could help some of those women facing that problem. Instead of just being at that age saying, hey, you need to hurry up and marry me because I have a problem. What they could say is, hey, I'm 27. I have a career. Here are the fruits of my career that I can help sweeten the deal for you as a guy who's on the upswing, and we can make a strong house together. But they don't do that. They're just like, hey, I've been BSing all these years. I saved no money. In fact, I have college debt. But I still want you to pay for everything, and you got to do it on my timeline. And the guys are like, nah, no, thank you.
I've literally eaten out of a dumpster before. This is not my problem.
Right.
And
Yo, Kinky Minx, welcome in. Shout out to Kinky Minx. Kinky used to watch me on Twitch all the time. I do appreciate you being in here.
so women experiencing decline creates a pressure on our legal system and our society to continually shift everything back into benefiting women.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of women in their 20s and especially into their 30s, they experience this, and there are so many TikTok videos of like women in their 30s in their car crying about how they're no longer desirable, because a lot of, women's worth is the dating marketplace, the sexual marketplace. So when these women aren't married and they don't have kids, they are faced with the reality that yes, they do have less societal value, and it's terrifying for them because it's only going to get worse. But that is why, as a woman, motherhood is amazing. Like, I'm going to be turning 30, and I have a lot of friends who are single, 30, like unmarried. They're freaking out. Their prospects look very different from mine. Like, I'm married, I have a family. Like, I'm actually of the opinion, like, now my life is really just beginning. Like, now I'm going on the up and up. You can have more kids. It's a beautiful thing. Like, my life is almost just beginning, where it's like, if you are the single girl boss, your life is kind of ending at that point. And it's so disappointing to see that they don't realize that it didn't have to be this way for them.
See, I think a lot of what's, I guess, shifting about society is that, like, for a while that was okay, and you had kind of the AFBB. You had when the woman hit that point, there was a guy that was kind of not her first choice that she can settle with. But nowadays, with all this content and all the manosphere stuff and the soft guy era and all that stuff, that safety net of guys that used to be there, who were the other 80% of disposable guys that still had decent enough jobs, that used to be there to kind of help soften the landing for these women who were on that level of good looking and everything like that, those guys no longer want to take the deal anymore. So the safety net isn't even there. And that I think is a change that has happened more recently. And it's very important, if you're one of those 80% of guys like myself, is to not offer to save somebody in a bad situation and offer yourself up unless the deal makes sense. King says not all women are raised that way, though. That's absolutely true. Theron Frostbeard, dude, I am so looking forward to tomorrow. Man, me too. I can't wait. Maybe I can get you in on Discord and we can just play some levels. I will tell you, I haven't played Super Mario Maker in years, so it's going to be a lot of me dying. So I don't expect, much people to watch me tomorrow. No pressure, unless you want to see me frustrated. Robert says, I will absolutely take care of a woman and not require her to work if she'd make another baby for me. No takers so far, so sympathy for me. Well, hey, Robert, you know what? I hope you find someone that you like that's down to have that. You're a prolific gentleman. I can respect that. Awesome Parenting says, the laws need to change before I consider marriage again. Think a lot of guys are thinking like I am. Well, yeah, and that's what happened. And the beautiful thing, let me just feature you on the screen here. The beautiful thing about you is that you're someone who's actually been married, and you've seen what happened, and you know firsthand what can happen, because it's like there's a mix of people, and especially when it comes to this content, there's guys who've never been married and they're just frustrated with dating, but then there's the guys who have been married and gone through the system and they're like, wow, that was so crazy, I don't want to do that again. So it's good to have both perspectives.
I think all of you probably have heard of greater male variability hypothesis. Are you familiar? So if we look at the strength chart, actually, it's
This could have to do with heterogeneity of incomes or competencies within men.
interesting. You can see that the median male strength, it's wider than female strength. So greater male variability hypothesis is that there are more failure men, but there are more exceptional men, and women tend to be more average.
We cluster around the mean.
Well, so think about what this means for entering the marketplace. You want to be the girl boss. You want to be the CEO. If you look at grip strength, which is not indicative, doesn't necessarily correlate specifically with capability to run a company, look at the guys in the high end, which are triple the median grip strength, the highest end of guys. There's 500 Fortune 500s. There are 330 million Americans.
See what this goes into is also kind of how the dowry system worked. Darren says, yeah, F dating. I just see what's up now. I feel you. I kind of date very unintentionally also. I mean, if she's cool, then of course I would treat her with respect. And, if it comes to marriage or some longer term commitment, if the deal makes sense, then that's one thing. But if the deal doesn't make sense, then no. The end of man, I just remembered a lot of conservative women I know, like the movie Forrest Gump, because he saved an old dying single mom who had been ran through, which blows my mind. Man, I got to go back and watch that movie. I actually have not seen that movie in years. And I remember at the end, or there's that one lady, and I can't remember if she goes out with some, I don't know what the hell. I might be mixing up The Notebook with that. Or A Walk to Remember. I can't even remember. I got to go back and watch Forrest Gump. But I do remember the life is like a box of chocolates thing. But anyways, this graph right here. So in the beginning, and I know I kind of lectured you guys on this last time, so I'll try to make it quick. But a woman's value to marriage and what determines who pays what and who provides what is determined by the woman's economic output as far as income is concerned for the household. So in like ancient times, when agriculture was not sophisticated, well, women did a lot of field work because the tools were lighter for them to use. And in that time, since the woman brought value to the household she was in, a bride price was paid from the man's side over to the woman's family because they're taking away her income producing value and bringing it to the new husband's household. But as agriculture became more sophisticated, men did most of the work because the tools were harder to use, and men started doing that. And then you saw a switch to the dowry system, and you saw that in Mesopotamia, the ancient Hebrews, ancient Egypt, Babylon, all that stuff. And the dowry system stayed there. And as society became more economically stratified, really what that meant is there's greater heterogeneity. This is heterogeneity right here. Some men are down here, and some men are way up here in terms of like production value. But women's production value is not as economically great as the men, especially with more sophisticated stuff. At least for much of like the 1500, however 2000 years intervening from when it switched to bride price to whatever until recently. So at that point, to make up for that economic difference, the woman's family paid a dowry to the man, who might be one of these guys up here. This is who they're trying to get, this guy. And that would incentivize him to marry their daughter and all that stuff. Nowadays, with equal opportunity, if women, work the same jobs as men, make the same amount of income, expecting the guy to be the provider is just not economically sound. It doesn't make sense. The woman should bring as much to the marriage as the man does. So anybody who's trying to sell you on a traditional setup nowadays, it's just not going to work unless they're really coming at it properly with the good deal. More stupid guys and more genius guys. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is how you get, like, some guy poo-pooing on a sidewalk in San Francisco hitting a crack pipe. But then over here, you got, like, some tech genius AI dude in the same city. Hell, probably, like, not even that far. One of them is probably right outside of the building of this guy. And then, there's everybody else.
Say there's 150, let's say there's 80 million adult males. Only 500 will be top CEOs.
Yep.
That means the girl boss who is in her late 20s, entering her 30s, and thinks, I want to be the CEO, not the mom, has to compete with the highest end of the male capability spectrum,
Right.
which tends to be, due to greater male variability hypothesis, there's going to be 10,000 male geniuses of insane strength fighting each other, and there's going to be 100 females, that means the likelihood of you seeing a Fortune 500 CEO female is going to be very, very low unless we pass DEI laws.
Can I ask a question?
Kinky Mink says, do you care if I ask you questions? Dude, please ask as many questions as you'd like, bro. I swear to God, I love chatting with people. I'm all about that. Kinky Mink says, when you change divorce from a taboo to a norm, it automatically devalues what marriage means to the general public. Yeah, that's kind of what no-fault divorce did. I mean, amongst other legal changes, even celebrated at times, even encouraged at times. So yeah, that's basically what happened. And I'm not. If the general will of society wants to go somewhere, like, I'm nobody to say that this is wrong. If that's where society's going, so be it. But the equation needs to be balanced in whatever era we're in. So if people are going to try to take advantage of a system that lets them walk out of divorce scot-free, but then, expect the guy to provide everything, then, it's just, it's not going to work. Like, they have to make it even for the other side too.
I don't know if this is a dumb question, but why does grip strength have to do with CEOs?
I it's funny. I noticed that too, but that same heterogeneity sort of look matches in a lot of other different scenarios.
Grip strength?
That's why I said this is not a direct correlation between.
Okay, that's why I was confused. I'm like, what is that?
But it tends to be this way in a lot of
sci-fi,
where
even
the exceptional men are so far ahead of everybody else that it's like,
okay, this is simply an example of greater male variability.
It just illustrates the idea, but
correlate with CEOs. Yeah. It's an example of how in grip strength, almost all women cluster right at the same point, but men, look at this.
I think IQ is similar.
Yeah, IQ is similar. Again, women are more clustered around the mean,
right.
so their curve is looking more like this. Men look like this, so you're going to have dumber men for sure, but you're also going to have way smarter men.
I might give this another half hour unless it gets really interesting. We're about 1 hour and 4 minutes in. It's 2 hours, 37 minutes. It's also dependent on you guys. Frankly, I don't got much to do tomorrow except to have fun playing Super Mario Maker 2 with Theron Frostbeard, which will be streamed. But I don't mind staying up till, I don't even care. So,
Sorry.
The other thing I was planning to do was to react to Shameless from It's Complicated. So depending on how long we go here, if we go through this whole thing, I might not be able to get to that today. But if you guys get sick of this and we all feel like moving to Shameless, then let me know.
Sorry. I know. I don't. I just look at life outcomes. I know all the academics will say this science is proven, whatever.
You gotta trust the science,
bro. Look, I'm sorry. I have to believe what's in front of my eyes. I've interviewed 1,000 men, 1,000 women. Women make way dumber life choices. You won't convince me otherwise.
Probably some of the dumbest life choices you could make would be the ones that lead you to be homeless. Homeless are overwhelmingly men.
Oh, let's talk about the homeless.
Homeless are overwhelmingly men. I mean, it could be bad choices also because men are just more disposable. You know what's so funny? And I don't know if this is true. This is just me spitballing. But, maybe the reason more men are homeless is because women are just more likely to be saved prior to them going homeless. Like, there's plenty of safety nets that they can get that might protect them prior to being homeless so that they are actually housed. Where like a guy, it's like, you're not going on welfare, sorry. You'll get 3 months and then bam, you're homeless. But if you're a woman and you get custody, you get pregnant, you have a kid, so there's a lot lower chance that you're going to end up homeless with that kid. Robert says that'll have to be another stream. Yeah, I think it might have to be. Enjoying hearing another perspective on these takes. Secular World, shout out. I think it's my first time seeing you in here, but I appreciate you being in here. Awesome Parenting. I learned from you on Pearl's show. The reason for child support was to offset the financial obligations for government, I believe. So what else can they do or will they do? Yeah, exactly. I mean, child support was directly created as a response to the welfare system. And I know you probably heard this before, so I won't belabor the point, but welfare was created because there were a lot of single moms and orphans because the husbands had died in World War II. And they created that program in order to take care of these folks who, fought for the country and lost their lives. But that was in the late 40s and all that. And then when it got to like the 60s, 70s, the government took a close look at the welfare caseload, and they found that most of the women and children on there actually had fathers that were alive, because the single mother rate started going out. And they're like, what the hell is this? Like, these people aren't widows. Why are they living? And they got, so then Congress started looking at it, and that's where you got welfare queen. That's where you got deadbeat dad. And they're like, we're giving out all this money. What are we supposed to do? So they created child support specifically as a response to get welfare dollars back. And what happened was when the federal program was created, it was only created to create child support orders for people that were on welfare. So they only worked welfare cases. And then I believe in the mid 80s, they changed that. And what they started doing was advertising child support services to people who are not on welfare. And the idea was, well, if we can get to them now, we can get them child support and it'll stop them from going on welfare. But, you know, I don't know if it didn't really work out that well, because all it did was just show like government, public government, intrude into the lives of private citizens and start advertising and saying, hey, this is what we can do for you. And I think it contributed more to the breakup of families otherwise by making this so easily taxpayer funded and accessible for the women. So yes, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. So, you know, and again, so it's like, it's really the men who have to finance this entire thing. And it's like, if you don't want to finance it, I think government will just go towards like, hey, everybody just needs to pay a tax. Sorry. And it's more like, you know, Sweden or something. I have been to Sweden once. It was actually very pleasant. Klaus says the next step would be common law marriage like we have in Germany or in Canada too. Yeah, see, that's an interesting thing. Like I never knew how prevalent common law was there, but yeah, that's true. If that happens, then the government's like, all right, nobody's signing up for the marriage contract. We're going to expand common law, or we're going to tax the hell out of everybody in order to fund the welfare system to pay for these people who just can't shack up together and do it the other way. And that's the other thing. It's like, bringing back a traditional system, even if they could do it, doesn't matter if the people don't want to pair up. And the government has to figure out, how do we finance this entire thing? So the women and their decisions, not to blame women, but it's just like, if people aren't shacking up, if, you know, guys or women, whoever doesn't want to, society has this problem of how do we take care of the kids in common if they're not living in these, you know, nuclear family households.
No. Wait. I gotta address your point. I gotta address your point. You said women make worse life choices. I'd say a man who married a woman who divorced him and took his stuff made a poor life choice.
That's true. See, oh God, but see, that ignores the bait and switch. That ignores the bait and switch. They got to look at Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to Coach. Coach has the greatest show on YouTube. But guys aren't sitting here marrying women that they know are going to divorce them. They are played. Tim Pool just gave us a whole expression about how a woman's value comes down and a man is going up by 26. And then completely, someone else commented this early about how it looks like they're almost there, but they just don't get it. If the woman's value is coming down and the man's value is going up, wouldn't the woman do everything to seem like she's going to be a good wife in order to lock this guy down? Would she not be presenting as the most trad, I care about your mission woman ever? The problem is the bait and switch. Then later on, what happens is 5 to 7 years later, that same woman that Tim Pool himself said value was going down, ensnares the man with the laws and then uses it against him in order to get the payout. Now he's in a vulnerable position. So for him to say that since the guy chose bad, and then you can also say, you can turn that same logic around and say, well, all these single women out here who are single moms should be left to deal with it themselves since they made a poor life decision. But whatever, they get, you know, we got child support to help them and welfare and everything else, but the guy's too bad. But let's see what Pearl says.
True, people make their own decisions, responsible for their own actions.
Yeah, I think the equivalent of that would be if I get into a contract with you and you're paid to fuck me over, steal my kids, and take my money.
Yeah, you screwed up. That's your fault.
Right. So then men shouldn't get married by that logic.
Beautiful.
So,
thank you.
Don't get married unless you're absolutely sure you know what you're doing.
Or have children by that logic, because women are always paid and they're paid to leave.
Well, I mean, I'm going to push back on the idea that women are paid to leave,
I actually want
if you're married to like a rich guy, you are better off if you're just interested financially. You have access to greater resources by staying married.
But what is your argument?
That's not true. That's not true. I mean, it's still under his authority of use. If she gets divorced and gets a good spousal payoff, child support payoff, she can spend it however she wants. See, these guys are selling what Coach calls the hope strategy. I mean, I don't know. It's just, if the laws don't change, it ain't gonna work. Awesome Parenting says palimony apparently can make boyfriends pay support to girlfriends. Also, it's very difficult, but apparently not impossible, which I'm concerned is next. Yeah, I mean, in California, you're okay there. I have like heard of cases, where you can be, cohabitation is really something you should be careful about, because you can have like a live-in girlfriend and she can get a restraining order on you, get you kicked out of your own house, and the judge can order you to keep paying the bills while she's living in there and you can't go into your own house. And, she's your girlfriend. I mean, you should be able to just, you know what I mean? It's like she shouldn't be able to stay there, but wacky things happen because the courts have a lot of power.
And should get married anyway, even if they risk divorce?
No. My argument is that men should pick for themselves, but I would never downplay the risk of marriage, and I think it could happen to anyone.
Yeah, poor life choice.
Even a good
if they're
woman,
watching your show and they believe what you're saying.
Jeff Bezos picked wrong. Tom Brady picked wrong. Steven Crowder picked wrong. Brendan Fraser picked wrong. Tyrese Gibson picked wrong. Jason Momoa picked wrong. You know what I mean? There's just so many of them. Jennifer Lopez is going on her fourth divorce. That guy picked wrong.
Even all right, rude, but even a good woman, sometimes women in their 20s change. So they might say one thing in their 20s, and then their 30s and 40s they might switch. Look at conservative comment. No, because they are still incentivized to leave.
Right, and so men shouldn't get married.
Oh wait, should or shouldn't?
Shouldn't.
Well, I'm saying men.
He's trying to get her to say an ought claim versus an is claim. So this could be walking Pearl down a pathway here of saying, see, you are telling men not to get married, which is kind of what the TradCons lambast her for. So we'll see how she navigates that. Theron Frostbeard says, we have bought into and have become a subscription model. Man, sometimes I think about like what life will be like 30 years from now. Like maybe we won't have cars and there'll just be a bunch of electric autonomous cars that go around. And whenever you need to go somewhere, like this autonomous Uber just comes around and your subscription fee or whatever just gets you. Yeah, we're going away from owning to just being a bunch of subscribers.
Men should pick for themselves, but I would never downplay that risk. But I want to go.
If they're going to listen to everything you just said, and
he's trying to pin her down here and trying to get her to say that she is prescribing not to get married. She's trying to move away from it. He's trying to pull her back. Kinky Mink says, I'd tell everyone not to get married. Kinky, that's funny. Awesome Parenting says, I was kicked out of my house in the first divorce. My still wife got the house moved in her boyfriend she cheated on me with and was covertly trying to convince my daughter to call him dad. Dude, I believe you only because I've seen this happen so many freaking times. And this is the part where guys get pissed. It's like, how can this happen? And then it's like, you got to sit here and not feel blinding rage at something like that. Man, I seen a child support case where a guy was married and they had like 2 kids, 2 or 3, I can't remember. But they got divorced. He was on the hook for child support, and he found out that the kids weren't his. And she ended up living with her. It was her ex-boyfriend who was actually the father of the kids, and she was living with the ex-boyfriend and basically got the kids. And this guy, since it's way past any time of undoing paternity, and it's not like this guy was going to adopt them, we were charging him child support and sending, he'd have to send money every month home to this woman and her, the actual father of the kids. And the fact that like this can happen or the law allows that is just unacceptable. And that's the stuff that I get annoyed with, and is like, this needs to change. And it's like, your story is not that different except, by a blessing. And I would call this a blessing. At least that child is your child. but it's still like, you know what I mean? You got to sit here and there's like some third party involved in your marriage and your kid's life. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it's crazy. And the whole trying to get the kid to call that person dad is ridiculous, you know?
Then choose to get married. They made a poor life choice.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I am saying that from
objectively speaking, it happens to be a raw deal for most people. Kinky says it's just a piece of paper with a huge headache at this point. It's exactly true.
Contractual standpoint, it would not be a contract that favors them.
Right. So
exactly. And that's exactly true. It's heavily weighted. It's heavily weighted against the provider. And when it comes to paternity, it's heavily weighted against men.
So the point is, if your argument is the system is weighted against you,
correct,
you can get divorced, then the logical thing a smart man could do is not get married and have kids.
And that is his decision to make as a man. That's his. Pearl's presenting the facts and saying, hey, this stuff goes on. The man can then decide whether or not he wants to get married or not. I think he's trying to get her to say that, yes, that's what I'm telling them to do, but that's not. Pearl's probably going to respond and say, I'm not going to tell him what to do. These are the facts.
Yeah, if they wanted a contract that favored them, yes.
Right.
But I want to go back to the homeless. And the problem you get with a lot of this stuff is that there's not a lot of studies put into men's issues. So a lot of times what you see with the data is you're not getting the full picture, because most studies that are funded, it's for women, and the government is run by feminists. So there's a guy, he's out of Michigan. His name's Terrence Popp, really, really smart guy. And he actually followed 1,800 divorces in Michigan. And what he did was he found the reason for the divorces, and he actually followed a lot of those men to homeless shelters. And he found that if he goes to homeless shelters, 70% of the men owe child support. A lot of men are become homeless
because because the money gets siphoned away from the child support, and the child support does not give a damn if you go homeless or not
because of the system.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's
very, very much true. Awesome Parenting says, when I was in court, let me see if I can get you on the big screen. When I was in court, I swear the judge was watching me looking for any sign of anger when we discussed her moving to New York with that same BF. Years ago, I was lost and very hurt. Red pill people saved me. Man, dude, yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. And that's the honest to God truth. Bro, that's so ridiculous that the judge would even, like, let her take the child from you. I hope they did not let her move. It sounds like the child is still here in California. But that judge was looking for any reason to say that you're a danger or something to the child so that they can justify the child moving to New York. And it's like, if that happens, like, man, that's just so freaking bad. That's so crazy. And it's like, I could sit here and call the boyfriend a scumbag or whatever, but that just removes any agency or accountability from the woman. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's just That's my point.
But the way you're painting it is like, oh, if they're homeless, that's just a poor life choice.
But I mean, from your own logic, you know, if you have sex with a guy who knocks you up then leaves, that's a poor life choice, right? These are all, we can say, poor life choices to some degree that gets you there.
Yeah, and on the one hand, that woman's going to have a lot more safety nets built into the system to help her with that poor choice that damn near almost incentivizes that poor choice to be made.
Doesn't absolve the other person of responsibility either, but you are ultimately at least a little bit culpable for the situation.
I'm not saying they're not culpable, but what I'm saying is that he shouldn't have to be enslaved for 18 years to a woman because he made a poor life choice. And there's no...
And then in the situation where it's not actually his kid, I mean, it's the same outcome.
Female equivalent of that.
I mean...
No, because the woman can...
It's like, just, you know, come on. Like, Lauren, just tell... Like, you know, she can at least give a little bit of give here and acknowledge that it's unfairly stacked against men as far as family law and court goes.
Always put the guy on child support for the most part.
Having to raise a child that perhaps you did not want in single motherhood, some women would say that.
Then give custody. If you can't handle it, then let the guy have half the custody without having to spend thousands of dollars on attorney's fees.
But
be
she's
being
but
enslaved.
she still has the choice to abort.
Do you-
And adoption as well. You know, there's a case in Utah where a woman wanted to give up her son for adoption. The husband wanted it. He wanted to raise. He said, "Please let me raise." He had no rights. The kid's gone.
Do you think women should be drafted?
I think as long as
If they have the right to vote and equal opportunity employment, and all else being the same, it's the same, then, you know, it's going to be hard to argue against it. Like the only thing that can possibly justify and create parity from the draft for women is by requiring the woman to give birth to a new child, because that child strengthens the society and ideally gives more soldiers to be drafted later, assuming it's a boy. But you can't force. If the men are forced to be drafted, there's no equivalent thing that will force a woman to get pregnant to have kids to support the war effort, basically. So there is no true parity there. I think if there was going to be a draft system that made sense for women, it would be something like, okay, let's say 18 to 25 guys go, but 18 to 25 women are not forced to get drafted. However, women that are 26 to 35 or 32, if they don't have a child yet, they should be eligible for the draft. That gives them a little bit more time to, you know, I don't know, mature or whatever. But that would also incentivize the 18 to 25-year-old women to think, holy shit, you know, I turned 26, 27. Maybe I should shack up and have some babies because that'll prevent me from getting drafted. So it's not saying, hey, you're going to get drafted, but it would create an incentive there. And women who are, you know, above age in 30s can still handle a gun or do whatever. And they can participate in the draft. But it would at least incentivize parity on the other end to bore children. Kinky Mink says DNA are cheap tests nowadays. Yeah, and people should do those.
as we can vote, we should be drafted. I think it's better that we didn't vote.
Agreed.
But I think if
Yeah.
you're going to give women the freedom, like as long as we have the freedom, give them the responsibility that comes with it, or you can opt out.
Yeah.
Dat Lato, I haven't seen you in here before. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you participating. Western men want women under 30 to have kids and have a full-time job and wonder why the birth rates are declining. Well, I mean, yeah, we discussed that earlier. Economically speaking, people don't want to have kids because things cost as much money. So it's not going to happen. Kinky Minks, if you want equality, then it should be equality across the board, good or bad. Yeah, I think that the term that's commonly used is rights and responsibilities. So if you have the rights, then you need to have the duties or the responsibilities that come with that.
I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy about this a year ago. He doesn't really stand in this position today, but it was a brilliant idea. He said, maybe it should be, if you want to vote, you have to sign up for the selective service.
Service through citizenship.
So this doesn't mean you will be drafted, because we haven't had a draft in 50 some odd years. It just means that men and women both would have to say, I am willing.
Men would probably still be required to sign up for the draft, but women can have an opt-in, opt-out. The tough part about that is, you can opt in and do the votes, but then your situation changes and you have a kid, and then you're no longer eligible for that. Typically, though, how it would work during a draft is a lot of the superior courts would probably be commandeered for the war effort. So what would happen is like, just because a woman has a kid doesn't mean she would be ineligible for the draft. Like, this is in like if the draft rules were to change Shaw style. If you have a father and he has custody of the kid because the mom decided to move to Vegas and live her best life, in that scenario, they would petition the court, and the court would say, okay, so she's not in the kid's life, so she'd be more eligible for the draft than the dad is. Like, there'd be little things that need to be ironed out.
To fight when the need arises, and then you're allowed to vote. What would happen? Overwhelmingly, liberals would no longer vote, and
Right.
women would no longer vote.
Yeah.
Right, but that's why you also have to get rid of the 19th Amendment, because I don't know if you guys saw this, but Sheetz, Tim, we're getting into this. So Sheetz, it's this like kind of gas station company. They're actually being taken to court by a federal agency for discriminating against black applicants. Why, you might say? Well, it turns out part of their screening process is they do a background check on applicants, and they don't want people who have a criminal background. sounds reasonable enough. But what the government found was that black applicants were actually being ruled out of the running for jobs at a higher rate than white or Hispanic applicants.
What does that have to do with the 19th Amendment?
No, it's the Civil Rights Act, right?
Oh.
So basically, the federal agents are actually acknowledging that perhaps this discrimination was not purposeful, right? They weren't trying to discriminate against black people, but still, because the outcome was inequitable toward black people, they were still running afoul of the Civil Rights Act, which prevents discrimination based on like immutable characteristics. So I am in favor of service through citizenship, but the reason why the 19th Amendment is a problem with that is that if it were to be the case that there was some sort of
I wonder if she meant citizenship through service, but whatever.
for service
Sounds like that movie Starship Troopers.
for voting, and it happened that women were disproportionately not represented, I could see they would absolutely make the case that that requirement was running afoul of the 19th Amendment because the outcomes were unequal.
So she's talking about equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity, and seems like a pretty standard conservative talking point.
Yeah.
Does everybody agree to get rid of the 19th? Is that what
Yes.
you're?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are
Wow.
your reasons for it, Pearl?
But women shouldn't vote because we don't do equal work. So I think if we're not running the infrastructure, if we're not in the military like men are, and we're not paying taxes like men are, I don't think that we should vote.
Or dying on oil rigs.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's basically like women aren't contributing enough to society in the same ways with like the taxes and stuff like that.
I think that men are more capable than women by and large, like as a group. But I was trying to think about how you could apply it to today, because I don't think today you could just say women shouldn't vote. I mean, I do like the T-shirts. Go get them at theaudacitynetwork.com. They're funny T-shirts, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think the only way you'd limit female vote.
But I guess I want to know, like, I want to get to your reasoning why.
Because I think if you're going to have a say in the policies, you need to have some skin in the game. Mm-hmm. So you need to be running the infrastructure. You need to be a net I mean, I think only...
She can let me free. VOA, a great stream, brother. Have a good one. Take care. Yo, I appreciate you being here, man. I know this is kind of running long. I might watch a little bit more and just kind of call it. We're going on probably like 3.5 hours now, but thanks for being in here, bro. Dan the Man says, I wouldn't draft women for the same reason why we have women's spots. And for many reasons as well. But the idea of a draft for women would definitely make women give up their rights. Yeah, I mean, I can see why you say that. It's tough to say. The X factor for me is always technology. Regardless, when it probably comes to military stuff, there's still stuff, regardless of how much technology you have, you still need boots on the ground. There's all these tough things. But if they have everything else, then it's hard to argue against the draft. The question is, what would that look like, and would they be incorporated side by side with men, or how would that go? But, what technology and drones and all these things, like, maybe there can be a military force that requires a bunch of really good people who are really good at playing video games, and that would maybe work instead of having to be out there with the rifle. That Leto, women aren't required to serve combat roles. They'd be fine. Yeah, I mean, if you had a draft where that was the case, but the question is it a draft where it's like everybody, running out on D-Day, or is it, the women are doing auxiliary supplemental roles that aren't there side by side, like the highest pressure areas?
20% of people are net taxpayers anyway.
Very small, yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe own land. We could go back and forth about what exactly.
Owning land is kind of tough, because that would put the votes and a lot of the decisions into a very small amount of a kind of land owning class. And that could be a huge issue, because it wouldn't really represent the rights. If you look at like ancient Athens, you can say that's the cradle for democracy, I think is what they call it. But the only people who had a vote were the male husbands that owned land that were Athenian natively. And those were the people that could vote, I have thought about that, only net taxpayers voting or something. I don't know. It would be hard to do that. Like the whole no women voting works if everybody is paired in a family and really each household gets one vote, typically under, you know, the patriarch. But if people aren't pairing up, then it's kind of tough, you know. I heard several 304s on whatever say they don't want equality, they want equity. I'm really not sure what that means other than pick and choose. Yeah, it means like, you know, there's $1 million here. We don't want, you know, the equality of opportunity to work for that, but we do want $500,000 of that just because we exist. Klaus says equal draft is brought into discussion in Germany. Not sure how this would be playing out. Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see how that actually works. Yeah, I don't know. You know, and a draft hasn't happened for a while. So, you know, when people get drafted and they're not really specialized in some military skill other than like boot camp, I guess they all get kind of thrown in there to be thrown in there, and probably men and women can equally do that. But if it's like some specialized thing, only the soldiers with merit would probably be further specialized and be able to qualify for the more specific higher pressure roles. So, you know, who knows, it might go that way or not. But that is an interesting question, and that's probably why they've refused to deal with this for so long.
You would need to require in order to vote, but I think you have to have some skin in the game. Otherwise, you're just going to keep voting for benefits.
Net taxpayer, real quick, just so everyone understands, something like only 43% of people pay taxes because the rest are on, like, they don't reach that threshold.
Right.
But of that 43, many are receiving more in government benefits than they actually pay.
So still not net taxpayers.
I like the net taxpayer for a vote
Yeah.
argument.
So continuing on that, do you also support repealing the 15th Amendment?
She's like,
You have to remind me what the 15th
Do you
Amendment
think
is. I'm sorry, go
it's
ahead.
basically like the 19th, but for black people?
So it says the rights of citizens in the U.S. to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the U.S. or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
I don't think
why?
so.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
why
I
would you
haven't
do
really
that?
thought about it. Is that what you think?
Well, again, I'm for like service guaranteeing citizenship, and I don't think being a woman should give you the right to vote. I think the same thing applies to race. And if we were to, you know, do something like
I don't know. I think she's kind of going down a pathway I don't really care for here. I think like if you're going to take away women's rights, like any guy with a family or whatever should be able to vote regardless of race. Dan the Man, if we were to draft women, they would be in non-combat roles. That's my guess. Yeah, it would probably be like that. I mean, it would definitely start out that way. I do wonder what it looks like with women in the military now, you know, and kind of what roles they do. Because some women probably do a lot of the same roles as men, but it probably just depends if they're actually physically capable. Klaus, in Ukraine, the women often do controlling the drone attacks, for example. Yeah, see, that makes sense, right? Because you can be, you know, a couple kilometers away manning that thing. Man, I just got a drone, by the way. I got a DJI Air 3, and I absolutely love that drone. It's so fun to fly. But yeah, I could see that. And as we rely more and more on drones and other technology, there's going to be a lot of roles that probably everybody can do.
like net taxpayer, property owner, etc., or even like married households, black people would be disproportionately underrepresented like women would be. So if the 15th Amendment is on the books, you're also going to have discrimination that way. So that's why I'm asking why exactly.
You're saying by that they would claim discrimination if we passed those policies.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess by that logic, it seems.
I don't know. I feel like Lauren is just kind of going down something that is not that pertinent to what they're discussing.
Like that would make sense too, but I don't really know.
I think I figured out the problem. I think the 28th Amendment, the right to vote shall be, or voting shall be granted only to those who have 2 children or more and are actively in the lives of those children. Now, how you make that legal, but the general idea is you got to have 2 kids and you got to be actively parenting them, or they must be adults, and then you're allowed to vote.
No, I still think military members should be able to vote.
And military members, I agree with that.
Yeah, so, or like men that have very big like tax, like, you know, like if Jeff Bezos didn't, does he have kids? I don't know. But I'm saying like big companies like that, I think it would be fair that they would vote.
I think all of these things together makes sense. Like
Yeah.
the idea that someone can show up and when I think it was 2020, Andrew Yang said he was going to move to Georgia, end of 2020. So he's going to move to Georgia to help who was it, Warnock or whatever, and I can't remember the guy's name, in Georgia win. It's like you don't live there and you're going to go to their state and vote on how they should be represented is insane.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's because in this country, voting is no longer about winning an argument and deciding on how your side should be run. It's about collecting pieces of paper with names on them. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have a little bit of a different take on women voting, even service and these other things. Like even my husband will say, maybe if they're willing to do like years of service or something, I would still say no based on the argument that the anti-suffragettes made, which was that if you as a woman cannot protect persons or property, if you're not going to be defending the homeland, if you're not going to be defending your home, why should you be voting? And the reason is like this kind of lends itself to the bigger conversation of why do we have this idea that women were historically oppressed? Were they
if they were going to make some change, I think the idea of signing up for the selective service would justify that. And the reason is because, okay, you don't have a big company, you don't have a family, you don't own any property, but if you can still be drafted based off of the foreign policy decisions that the country and the leadership is making as a whole, then you deserve a vote. So I think it still goes back into the draft and the selective services. Awesome parenting. I'm a fan of Pearl, but how does her mom react to her mindset? Her mom's a strong businesswoman from what I've heard from other shows. Is her mom in agreement? That would be a huge if she was. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I don't really know. There was a show. Damn, I can't remember where it was from. It was like a live stream she did, and I can't remember whose live stream it was, but someone asked her. Oh, she was on Fresh and Fit recently, and one of the girls on Fresh and Fit asked her about her mom, and she said, do you know what company my mom works for? And it's called like her family name, Davis something. And then she's like, yeah, because she works like for my dad. So I think her mom is a businesswoman, but I still think it's under the umbrella of her father's direction, possibly. So, but I could be misquoting her, but someone asked her that, and it seemed like that kind of ended the conversation when she said that. Dan the Man, in esports, it's an equal playing field for both men and women, but women still couldn't compete with the top men in any esports. So the whole technology would equal things out, wouldn't make a difference. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. That's or like a freaking chess tournament. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Damn. That is really, really crazy to think about. Like, okay, if drones can be piloted by women and then guys still happen to be like the best drone pilots, making them like way more useful in the role. It's almost like chefs, right? Like, you know, like, oh, women should do the cooking. And then you look at like the top chefs in the world and they're like guys. That's a really great point, man.
Actually oppressed. If you go back and read their writings at the time in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, they said, no, we're privileged. And then you'll hear a feminist say something like, well, but they couldn't have bank accounts. But they never tell you why. They never tell you why women didn't have bank accounts or credit cards. And it's because legally, women could not be held responsible for supporting the family.
And you see all this debt we have now?
They couldn't be held. Yeah, women could not accrue debt that way.
Yeah.
And what would be the point of a woman owning a bunch of land if she can't make the land produce anything? She can't defend the land against people who might come and try to take it. There were practical reasons for these things. It wasn't just the evil patriarchy trying to keep women down. And I think those things still apply. Even with modern warfare, you have drone technology. We just talked about guns and how even with guns, men are much better with them than women are. They're just loading, reloading. Anytime you're in a combat situation, men are going to be better. Why would we want to task women with defense of persons and property? So why would we want to grant them voting
I would be
rights?
so pissed if I called the cops and they sent me a female cop. I would be
That's the thing,
so
right?
pissed.
If there's a natural disaster, there's like a huge hurricane that takes out the
Oz Parenting says, Dan, that happened in the game I play. They had a woman team that got absolutely blasted. I heard a story about that. Was that like League of Legends or something? One of those bigger competitive games. I know the team you're talking about. They never won a single professional match. That's so crazy.
entire southeast, right? And the power's out.
You have
and
a
there's
female
flood.
firefighter.
Yeah, nobody
I'll probably give this like another 10 minutes of a watch, and if it doesn't get contentious again, then I'll probably call it for the evening.
He's like, oh, send
Well,
the
I'm an
feminists.
athlete. I'm
Please
6
send
foot.
the
I'm like, I'm
feminists.
taller than most. What are you
Yeah.
gonna do that I can't do?
Right. But
So I wanted to bring up your
here we
Nala
go.
video. What did I do
snap.
that was so
Okay, so here's the Nala. Wow, I said that, and like I think it's gonna get contentious again. Oh, yeah. When you said LOL, I thought you meant laugh. Got it. League of Legends.
wrong about Nala?
Well, so
I wanted to talk about this whore.
Yeah. So,
Oh my gosh.
you know, this is a thing where we brought it up when I was talking to Andrew, Rachel's husband. You can find him at The Crucible, I believe is his channel. So basically, I am of the belief that if you are a new convert, you should not be in any type of leadership position at a church, especially as a woman, like pastor. No.
And a woman should never have any leadership role in a church.
This is probably a wow, I forgot she was here. I forgot she was even here. But this sounds like a deviation probably from her original position on Nala, which is probably why Pearl's bringing it up. But after a discussion with Andrew, it's probably shifted a bit.
Church.
Yeah,
to begin with.
That's a red flag,
Yeah. Yes.
basically. If you're going to church and it's like, this is the female
So
pastor.
we'd agree.
Well, hang on. But so I don't disagree with everything you said about
Okay,
her.
okay.
But basically, you had some tweets saying like, Jesus won't save these hoes. And I think it's reasonable to be skeptical. And, you know, you were kind of digging on whether Nala is or is not still engaging.
She
and
raised her
See, this is the execution argument. You know, like the other side is basically trying to say, okay, this person was a serial axe deleter, and now they've repented, therefore they're not that anymore, and we should trust them. Where I guess Pearl's side would say, well, no, I mean they can repent, and from the Christian, you know, belief system, their souls would be saved, and that counts. However, they're still going to get, you know, what's coming to them as per the law of the land. So I think this is a similar situation here, because the saving only really has to do with the soul, not so much the material consequences of the person in question, whether that means someone's obligated to marry them or not.
her OnlyFans prices after this is confirmed. She raised her OnlyFans prices after she was saved.
right.
I
now,
think anything from that, she's full of shit.
Yeah, so I'm not here to. I support you trying to keep her accountable. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Then why
But
did I
guess
get
it's
a
the question-
30-minute video on me?
Well, it
Then
wasn't.
why did I don't know? It's
It
20
wasn't.
minutes.
It wasn't
I don't
30
know.
minutes.
I didn't
Just
watch
I wonder if Lauren Chen made a video about her. See, I don't know, but it sounds like that's what she's referencing.
on
the
you.
whole
I was
thing.
going
I
through a
got
bunch of tweets.
Classic
but,
woman exaggerating the number.
But the idea
Sorry, I'm
is,
still a woman.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do?
do you think it is possible for Christ to save someone like
it's
Nala?
possible, but I need some evidence. I need some evidence that you've done something before we put her on a show and say this woman is saved, because it's going to deter people from Christianity in the long term. If men, you know, see they're putting OnlyFans whores as preachers in churches now. Sorry, I don't know if that's going to affect YouTube, but and so I think
But
when
do you-
someone's clearly full of shit, we got to call them out on it.
Do you not see that there could be kind of a middle ground where we say, "Hey, it is amazing you've come to Christ. Let us encourage you in your walk with a new as a new Christian," while also like simultaneously not saying, "Hey, let's make this person our preacher."
Would you let a reformed pedophile buy kids in church? They said sorry. Would you let him buy the kids?
By the kids?
Buy the kids? Would
Not
you let them in
purchase
the
the
church
kids,
freely?
sitting
a reformed
next to the
pedo.
kids.
No, I don't think you can be a reformed
So
pedophile.
why are we bringing?
See, it's funny that she would say that. See, this goes into the executioner argument. Can you be a reformed serial deleter? You know, like, yes, they repent, but the axe still comes down on them at the end. This conversation is kind of interesting because the closest thing I can relate it to is Andrew Tate converting to Islam. And I remember when that happened, and, you know, he's a guy who made money off of doing webcams and having these women working for him and doing stuff that would not be considered virtuous. The OnlyFans stuff, basically. And there's a guy named Hasanabi, and he made a video saying, you know, his conversion is like, don't listen to him. Like, it's not genuine or authentic. And I made a video saying, hey, you know, we don't know, wait and see. And, you know, it seems like his rhetoric has become tempered, But, you know, it might not be because of the conversion. It might be because he also got arrested soon after and was in jail and is still fighting a case, and he's not going to be as bombastic as he usually is. And maybe if he beats the case, he'll go back to being the exact same Andrew Tate we all remember prior to the legal troubles. But, you know, I do think religion's good to help curtail some of that stuff. However, just because someone converted does not mean they don't have to suffer the consequences of whatever ill actions they may have taken. And if Andrew or, you know, Tate did things that were illegal, then he's going to have to suffer the consequences. And, you know, I don't know. So I can't say when it comes to Nala, I can see where Pearl's coming from. I think people should still give her grace or whatever. I think Pearl's mainly arguing that, like, she shouldn't be celebrated and, like, literally 3 weeks, you know, a week or 3 weeks later after the conversion being paraded around town as, like, a symbol of everything great. Kingy says, too many forget the first rule of being saved. We are not the judge. That is exactly true. Yeah, and when I made my video about Andrew Tate, it was just because, yeah, it seemed kind of not right what Hassan was saying, because it's like we don't know what's in their hearts, you know, but we can judge their actions, but it doesn't alleviate them from any wrongdoing they've done before. They still have to pay that price in the material world, even though it's great that they've had a change of heart and saw the light, so to speak. And there is a risk, like if you're part of a religious community and this person comes and is suddenly speaking your language, there's a risk in suddenly backing them and celebrating them, because they can, you know, go back to what they were doing before and then turn out to be a grifter. And then you guys all look kind of, you know, like you got suckered by this person, by the hype. I want to believe in Nala's change, but Pearl's right. It just makes the religion seem cheap or fake. Why can't she convert quietly and earn a spot as a basic practitioner? Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, it shouldn't be blown out of proportion. It's great, but I don't know. And it's like I'm conflicted because I don't want to come out and say like, oh, this person should be treated like it's not genuine. I think it's genuine. But just because it's genuine, the person's past is still their past. When it comes to her specific case, I do think it's interesting because it's not like she's not a poor woman. She's a woman with money. She's made a lot of money. She has a lot of money sitting there. And when it comes to a marriage, like if you're the guy who married her, it's not the worst deal of all time, because it's like he's marrying essentially a millionaire. And, you know, it might end in divorce. It might not. But it's just, I don't know. I think there's a lot of factors there, but you know, I don't know. We'll see what else they have to say about it.
A reformed hoe who said she wanted to sleep with married men and loved to get them to cheat around married.
She did say that on whatever podcast. Dan the Man says they did more to mess with the female team during the match. I was about the League of Legends stuff. Got it.
Married men. No, you put them in the back of the church. You say, why don't you show us that you actually put your money where your mouth is, do some work, and then come back.
I don't have a problem with that either.
So then I shouldn't have got this video.
Well, you said Jesus can't save these hoes. That's the issue, right?
Yeah,
the Jesus can't save these hoes was probably a piggybacking off of Myron's original tweet. When the first kind of heavy TradCon red pillar schism happened on Twitter, Myron had put that tweet out and it rankled a lot of TradCon feathers. And this is where the talk of debates really started, and then they never fell through because Myron wanted them to come to Fresh and Fit. The guy on the TradCon side, Chase, who's usually with whatever podcast, wanted at whatever podcast, and it never really happened. So that's where that kind of quote came from.
I welcome the skepticism.
They have to save them. They have to at least delete the OnlyFans.
Well, people say she has deleted it now.
Okay, so she deleted it the day before the Michael Knowles interview. She was saved in December. She had 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. She raised her prices and didn't delete it till the day before. And then I'm still finding Telegram chats. And then the women, it's
those, and I don't know if those look legit.
So but my point is, what you should make sure that all your shit's at least down before you come out and start preaching if you really gave a shit.
It's definitely sketchy, I would say. And I think the problem is with conservatives, like, so eager and desperate to find anyone that could potentially be on their side now. Like, you see Bill Maher, for instance.
Yeah.
If Bill Maher, he's clearly a liberal, he'll say free speech is good, woke bad. Conservatives are like, this is our guy, even though he's like a Trump hater, clearly not conservative, a liberal.
He's just not super woke.
But right, we're
it's
just so
funny.
desperate. So that's why Nala was propped up by everyone.
But I want to show what's happens, because this happens in churches all the time. Right now, you make a video defending an OnlyFans chick, but Crowder couldn't get the benefit of the doubt.
I know. I've known Crowder for a long time. Like, that's a different issue.
But
I don't know
but we
Nala.
all.
She's gonna go with the NDA here. No comment. No comment. King of Minks, Charles Manson may ask for forgiveness. That doesn't mean I'm gonna follow his words. Yeah, I mean, that's good, but should he be let out of jail? Probably not. Yeah. So, anyways, I'll probably let this go on for a bit and then call the stream. I know it's 11:13. Dang. I wish I could listen to the rest of this, but there's another hour and 10 minutes on it, and the way I talk, this will probably go on for a bit. Hell no. The problem with Nala is that her actions don't match what she is saying. Better Bachelor exposed her lies. Also, Lauren was just tone policing Pearl the whole time. Yeah, that's true. I guess maybe I am a little unaware of the situation, because I didn't follow the OnlyFans stuff too much. So if she was still selling that stuff or doing a lot of that, then I can see why Pearl and people that have her opinion would have been more unhappy with Nala. So that is an issue.
Know what she did on the internet. She was getting tag teamed by 2 dudes
And
8 months
awful.
ago.
I think you should use her. I think the idea that whether or not she's truly formed is immaterial to the fact that she's become a propaganda tool for virtue.
Yeah, virtue signaling. We can forgive Nala. That's fine, but letting her preach to people is just nuts. What she said on Whatever just a month before her change was crazy. Yeah, I saw her a few times on Whatever, and she would say some pretty outlandish things. I mean, there was a reason they'd bring her back a lot. She could be entirely fake and just doing all of this as an attention grab. She could have been fake in both ways. Well, that's true, and she could monetize off of it also. I mean, there's a lot of... The fact is it's a lot of attention. And, I don't know what she's selling, but there could be all kinds of things she's selling. All of a sudden, she's, getting brought on stage and getting paid to go speak at a bunch of places, and there's money to be made.
Why would you want her to do that if she's going to go back later? What evidence, and this is why you have young men. I know you said some young men are going to Orthodox, but by and large, men are leaving the church.
Right,
and if you talk,
they're
she
leaving
doesn't
the
go
woke
back
churches and they're going back to the really traditional, like the Roman Catholic Latin Mass, the Eastern Orthodox, the really traditional, like Lutherans or Baptists are seeing.
You have to
men.
make it more profitable for her to stay as a reformed individual. So if the issue is an OnlyFans hooker comes out and says, I am reformed, I have seen the light. And then prominent people say, we will never accept you, screw you. She goes, there's no light for me, I can't live this way.
She's not saved then.
I'm saying do some work. Anything. My God, could you go to a convent? I mean, she was getting tag teamed by 2 dudes. So 8 months ago. So it's like, okay, could we send her to, I don't know, some missionary or something?
And so the response from the right should be like, wow, that's
I don't know. Keep her away from the married men. You want to write
the response should be
we judge them by their works. I think the response should be, we accept you, but let us see the fruit of Christ within your life. And I think people have been critical about, well, all the millions that you've made essentially leading young men to sin. I think it would be a great show of faith if she were to do something with that money.
Exactly.
Whether it be charitable to a
great.
church donation, something like that. Maybe even specifically a men's organization, because that's the group that she was predating on and exploiting.
And what you're communicating to young women is you can do whatever you want, say sorry, and here's your media career.
that is the Catholic Church. That's right. You can go and ask for forgiveness, and if you truly mean it, it is granted to you.
We should be advocating for women to try to change their lives, right? I agree. It's
well,
fake,
I don't have a problem with women changing their lives. What I find offensive actually is using Christianity as a grift.
I totally agree.
And I just find that offensive.
Except and I agree with you, but I would say if people begin to believe that the better grift is not in being a hooker, but being a Christian, that's winning the culture war.
Yeah, and I think you could argue that, but those women tend to be so damaged. They tend to.
Taking off, Kinky. Glad I got to catch you for a few. Good night. Have a great night. Thanks for popping in. I'm gonna probably come out of here in like 5 minutes myself. I just want to wrap up the rest of this specific argument, and then I don't think I could watch anymore. Just getting tired. So thanks for hanging out.
To do the same thing, and what you see over long periods of time is now you have predatory women in the church.
No, I agree.
And
I
then
agree.
oftentimes young men that don't know better end up marrying these chicks.
And so I would agree with you on that, Patsy. I'm just saying, at the very least, her attempt at this grift, if it is a grift, shows that she believed the right side of history, and the profitable side of history is virtue, not degeneracy. It doesn't mean she's not
well, when it comes to grifters, what they choose to believe typically is based off expediency and opportunism. So if one side of the grift maybe was going down and another grift looked more attractive because it's more profitable, I mean, maybe that's why they chose it. If you want to call her a grifter. I probably wouldn't go that far, but grifters tend to be not the best people.
degenerate. It just means she's being like, ooh, there's more money over here. That's a good sign.
My argument is I think it's funny how conservatives give an OnlyFans whore the benefit of the doubt, but they won't do that for Steven Crowder.
I agree with that.
And I see that same pattern of behavior. And the reason, and I see that, I know Crowder, so that's like a whole thing. I see that same pattern.
Why is she interrupting? I want to, come on, let her finish.
Behavior at churches across the country. I see
feel
these
that way with Andrew Tate, right? Andrew Tate is someone who he got rich, webcam industry. There's some people who are still very, very against him for being a pornography peddler. He has since, he's Muslim now. He basically still believes, I did what I had to do. I had no money. So he hasn't really apologized for it. But at the same time, that's not the same person who he is today. But you still have conservatives who are...
Andrew Tate's rhetoric has become tempered. That could be because of the religion. It could be because he's a father. It could be because he's facing legal problems and needs to have a better public persona and image. Ultimately, when Andrew Tate is given freedom and absolute license to act freely, then maybe we can judge better if we're going to at all. Also, here's another thing. She says she converted for a new man she's with. She can change her mind on him, and then her leaving the faith is okay. Yeah, that's right. I mean, she's got like the boyfriend that she married, and possibly, it's the limerence stage, and anything he says, she's probably all about. So that's another factor. After making money off the new market she's being invited into, maybe she just thinks OF will be going down with AI models. Yeah, or she's already made so much off of it. That's a good question. I mean, she could probably stay in it and still make millions more dollars. I think I saw part of her Michael Knowles interview, not a lot. I think she did say she's like her father was a pastor, or maybe that was a clip on whatever. So, I don't know, maybe her family encouraged her a bit too. That would be wild if she just does a 180 again. I mean, I'm not wanting to see that, but it could possibly happen. But, you just never know.
They basically blacklisted him because...
And, I mean, Andrew Tate could do that. Andrew Tate can come out tomorrow and be like, you know what, I was Muslim for a bit, and now I'm not. And then be like, oh, damn, all right. So,
Because of that, meanwhile, Nala, they're open arms. Now... I think that maybe it's not the direct comparison because Andrew Tate is not a Christian. He is Muslim. But I do see that you have a point there. They're way more open to knowledge changing than someone like Andrew Tate changing.
Simps.
Yeah. We have this idea. We have this idea that women are born angelic and innocent until some bad man somewhere does something to her to make her become a bad.
That's removing agency and accountability. What about the guy? What about the guy?
Lady, and then she can reform and we all clap and it's great. There's no grace for men like that. Like when men change their ways, they used to be degenerate in some way, and then they come to Christianity. There's not as much applause. They don't usually do a podcasting tour. They don't usually come out with merch, and all this other stuff because we're seeing this as a trend, right? These ex-strippers, ex-OnlyFans girls coming to Christ. But my problem with it is it always comes with, donate to my ministry. Here's my cash app.
Let me
Buy my
sell
Jesus.
roses.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So they really are selling things and grifting things. Man, I wish I can stay here and listen to the rest of this. I know it's gone on 4 hours, 11 minutes, but I probably should call it. I might just kind of watch the rest of this on my own a little bit later, probably tomorrow. I'm grateful that it's Sunday tomorrow, which means I can sleep. And I'm also grateful that my dad is back in town, and so I get to hang out with him a bit. But I appreciate everybody who was in here hanging out and keeping me company. I also appreciate the super chats. That was from Peter of gynocentrism.com. And oh man, this is embarrassing. There was somebody else, Robert, who gave me that. I'll be emailing you, Shaw. Great work. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you being in here. It was nice meeting you. Yeah, I think that's about it. So I'd best stop. I need to fall asleep. So yeah, everybody who was in here who made it the whole time. This was a long 4 hours. I appreciate when people are in here, especially at the start of the stream. Like just one person saying something really helps me get this off the ground. So to the folks that were here, thank you. And I'm trying to keep with the schedule of every Saturday at 7 p.m. Like at the very least, if I can do that once a week, then at least folks can kind of expect, at this time we can consistently, reliably rely on Shaw to be actually streaming. And so I don't make it random. But I do want to get some more videos out. I just haven't been recording and editing. And I hate to admit, I used to not like seeing channels that go from making dedicated videos to live streaming, because live streaming is easier in the sense that you don't have to edit anything. But I do want to edit some stuff. JP, is great seeing you. Klaus, a pleasure as always. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody. But I will see you guys next time. You guys have a great rest of your weekend.